One time I told him a dream I had, and I said, "What do you think that means?" And he said, "It means you were sleeping." I remember when he died, I was a little boy, and I went to the wake with my aunt, and I was kneeling down at the casket, and I was looking at him inside the casket, and I started thinking about my flashlight. I started thinking about the batteries inside my flashlight. And then I said to my aunt, maybe he's not dead, maybe he's just in the wrong way. So I got off the plane and I forgot to undo my seatbelt, and I'm pulling the plane through the turbine. And the wings are knocking people over. And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't notice." Then I almost broke both my arms trying to hold open a revolving door for someone. Then I tried to hang myself with bungee cord. I kept almost dying. I have a paper cut from writing my suicide note. It's a start.
Mace is the best thing that happens. Come on. They got that like Sylvester hand, you know. Come on. I carry mace everywhere I go now. Mace is the best. Did you know up in Germany they got mace that shoots on fire? It's like a little torch that comes out, burns you. Good God, that would scare you. Give me your purse. No! Right there by your huevos. Scrambled huevos. I think women need to carry the mace. Don't waste your time on those women's self-defense courses. Those are the worst. You ever seen those? No! Hands off! Get away! Scratch. No! And the instructors are really cocky, aren't they? Listen, Jan. Listen, one of these days, you're gonna be walking down a dark alley naked, right? Some guy's gonna walk up to you, "Hey, baby, give me some of that hoochie on your Snoopy or something," right? You're gonna have to go, "No! Hands off!" A bunch of babble. Knee to the groin. Knee to the groin. Knee to the groin. Knee to the groin. Like someone really attacks you like this. Come here. Oh yeah, just like in class. Yeah. All right. Or when they hit the padded dummy, the instructor grabs a padded. Come on, girls, right here. No! 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 Not today. No! Go for your mace. Mace! Zip. Okay, this is my brother Mark. Want some chiclets? I got some chiclets.
I met Jenny in St. Louis. My friend Andy and I were working for her company. They were performing for a bunch of wrestling coaches, which is really my demographic. No, I was very nervous about this. I was actually kind of about to go on stage, and I was like scrawling notes on my napkin. A lot of times I'll write kind of manic notes on napkins or hotel stationery, and Jenny looked at me and she goes, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm writing my set list." And then she goes, "I think it'll be fine." And I was like, "No, it won't be fine." And she was like, "I think it'll be okay." And I said, "Why do you think that?" And she said, "Well, you look so nervous. I think they'll feel sorry for you." But Jenny has this really soft, sweet voice, like the kind of voice where you kind of get away with saying anything. At one point, she said, "It seems like you comedians are a lot funnier on stage." Normally, I'd be offended by that, but in this instance, I was like, "You are right. That is a great point. You are beautiful." You know, she really was. From the moment I met Jenny, I knew I wanted to sleep with her at least once. Stay with me. I mean that like in the most meaningful way. Like that was the most that I was capable of in my life at that point. I just come off a really long, difficult breakup with my college sweetheart, where we were gonna get married, and then we weren't. And then when we weren't, I was so heartbroken. I just kind of swore off the idea of marriage or even living with someone entirely, you know. But from the moment I met Jenny, I just wanted to be with her, and I didn't think it was gonna happen. Like, I don't have that kind of confidence. I actually think of myself as a sex maybe, which is to say that if I'm seeing a girl, she'd think I'd have sex with him, maybe, you know, and I'm not ashamed of that. There were periods in my life where I was a sex never. Or a sex with self, always. And often, surprisingly often. Yeah, I just don't give off a great first impression. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, this is the shirt I decided to wear tonight. Like, I didn't spill mustard on the real shirt, and this is the backup shirt. I mean, this is my A outfit. My B outfit was naked. I like to dress down to perpetuate the myth that I might be a fixer-upper. I've reached this point in my life, I don't really look in the mirror before I leave my apartment. I glance at it to make sure I'm not bleeding. You know what I mean? But I don't stare at the mirror. If I stare at the mirror, I get angry. Like, I feel like I'm complaining about a bad call a ref just made. I'm like, come on! You're blind if you're leaving the house like that! And the ref is God, and the competing teams are my gut and my receding hairline. And it's a close game, because my gut is large, and my hairline is fast, and I'm all riled up. I'm about to charge the field, and the guy comes by with fried dough. And I'm like, next time! Next time I go with the fried dough.
Hey, check this joke out. If you want to talk to me after the show, I'll be fucking surprised. I'm gonna have to have some liner notes for that joke. Like, during that joke, he points to the back. So people get the full experience. I'm gonna do a bunch of jokes that require the actual seeing me. And the CD will piss people off. Hey, what do you think of that shirt? Where the fuck, man? That's ridiculous. God damn, look at that haircut. You're fucking nuts, dude. Those people will not get the full experience of those jokes. Hey, if you find yourself lost in the woods, fuck it, build a house. Well, I was lost, but now I live here. I've severely improved my predicament. I bought a house, it's a 2-bedroom house, but I think it's up to me how many bedrooms there are. Don't you? Fuck you, real estate lady. This bedroom has an oven in it. This bedroom has a lot of people sitting around watching TV. This bedroom's over in that guy's house. Sir, you got one of my bedrooms. Are you aware? Don't decorate it. I got a king-size bed. I don't know any kings, but if one came over, I guess he would be comfortable. Oh, you're a king, you say? Well, we won't believe what I have in store for you. It is to your exact specifications. I did not know you guys were all the same size. I think I can set your lady up, too. When I was a boy, I laid in my twin-size bed, wondering where my brother was. I don't have a microwave oven, but I do have a clock that occasionally cooks shit. I want to get a job naming kitchen appliances. That seems easy, you know? Refrigerator, toaster, blender. You just say what the thing does, then you add Kitchen Appliance Naming Institute. What does this thing do? It keeps shit fresh. Well, that's a fresher. I'm going on break.
I got a preoccupation with death. I got issues with death. I try and laugh about it. I went to a funeral recently, and they handed out Kleenex at the beginning of the funeral, which I thought was a little cocky. You know, like, wait till you get a load of this funeral. You're gonna cry and cry. She's so dead. And I bought a sympathy card for the funeral. I find a sympathy card is kind of an underwhelming gesture in a way. It's like saying, I know you're going through the deepest loneliness of your entire life, so here's a picture of a daffodil. I hope that works out for you. That's why I want to make my own line of sympathy cards. Like on the cover, I'd put a picture of a duck-billed platypus playing checkers with a rhinoceros, and in the background, there's like a hot dog with arms, like holding up a lemonade stand at gunpoint, and you open it up, and it's like the world is messed up, man.
ABC Tonight.
What does being on American Idol mean to you?
I have been trying out for this show since I was 15 years old.
You are the little engine that could.
American Idol returns with incredible new talent and...
The best is yet to come.
We're celebrating 21 years of making dreams come true.
You've got the magic in you.
This is what American Idol is about. You're going to Hollywood.
American Idol premieres tonight, 8/7 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 85% water, right?
85% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Ooh, pass me the intercom thingy.
Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Don't pay for water. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods.
Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Mobile phone companies say they offer home internet. But if their internet comes from a cell phone network, you should know. It's just phone internet, not home internet. Keep your home up to speed with Cox. Cox internet is faster and has more reliable download speeds than 5G home internet. Cox is the real home internet you're looking for. Based on Cox analysis of Ookla speed test intelligence data Q3 2022 and Cox serviceable areas. Visit cox.com/internet for details.
We used to love peanut butter. Still do. I saw something in the store the other day that I don't understand. That peanut butter and jelly in the same jar. Is there a point to that? I mean, I'm lazy, but I want to meet the guy that needs that. Some guy going, you know, I could go for a sandwich, but I'm not gonna open 2 jars. I can't be opening and closing all kinds of jars. Cleaning who knows how many knives. If you're that lazy, why not put croutons in there? Get the whole sandwich on a spoon, you know, just scooping it out. Oh, scrumptious. I think I'm gonna have another one. Oh, delectable, as was the first, huh? Or if you don't want to clean the spoon, you put it on a squeeze bottle. Lunch and no cleanup. Can life get better? I submit that it cannot. I saw this documentary recently on whales. This guy has dedicated his life to telling you what the whales are saying. Wow. I don't know how you'd argue with him when he turns in his report. And he just throws it down there. Well, here's what the whales are saying. Okay, thanks, Charlie. He's looking back. Here's what the whales are saying. Yeah, Charlie figured it out. They show how he does it. He's out on a ship, he's got a pencil, and he deciphers the whale noises as he hears them. You know, he'll hear like, you know, he's like going, oh, okay. Oh, he's lonely. No, you're lonely. I'd like to do that for like 2 weeks and then turn around and find out that the door's squeaking behind you.
So I'm driving down the highway. There's a guy hitchhiking. He's holding a sign that says heaven. So I hit him. Probably went there. He looked like a nice guy. I got a new dog. He's a paranoid retriever. He brings back everything because he's not sure what I threw him. Sometimes I like to go into a waiting room and just sit there and wait. The nurse comes out, do you have an appointment? No, just waiting. What are you waiting for? Nothing, just avoiding the moments. Would you like to see the doctor? I don't know. What kind of a doctor is he? He's a foot doctor. I'd like to see a man that tall. A few minutes later, a 12-inch guy walks out into the waiting room. He says, take off your shoes and socks. I take them off. He looks at me and says, there's nothing wrong with you. I said, take off your shoes and socks. He said, what do you think? I said, I don't know. I've seen bigger feet on a bird. Then he started dancing really fast and whistling really loud. And then I left. What the hell did you think was gonna happen? You people are crazy. When I was in 3rd grade, I had a 70-year-old teacher, and she could barely hear anything, so she would turn the thermostat down to 16 degrees, so in case anyone talked, she could see your breath coming out of your mouth. That was the same year I had a globe that lit up, and I used to use it as a nightlight, put it on the floor in my bedroom, which was pretty cool, except some nights I'd wake up in the middle of the night all freaked out, thinking I was floating in outer space. Then in 1969, a teacher showed us pictures of the Earth taken from the Apollo, and she said, does anyone know what this is? And I said, yes, that's the floor in my bedroom. When I was 7, my parents had a party. I went around to all the guests with a glass of water, and I said, here, drink this. This is a magic glass of water. If you drink this, you all get a little bit taller. And they all drank some, and they thought, oh, isn't this a weird kid? When they all drank some and went back to what they were doing, I went to the room where they keep all the coats, and I hemmed all the sleeves 2 inches. They were all freaking out when they left. I'm a tired man.
Round of applause. Anyone go to Catholic school as a kid? A few people? Oh, there's some people, yeah. You can always tell the people who went to Catholic school as kids because they're atheists. Because they really beat it out of you. You know, you go in with a good attitude and then you're just like, oh, man! I wanted to believe. And it's not just the molestations. Don't get me wrong. If it were just one vice, I think we could give them a pass. For me, it was these fundraisers they'd have us do every year. They would, and I'm not exaggerating, they would hand us a cardboard suitcase full of trinkets to sell door to door to strangers. And if we sold enough of them, they would give us a pair of aviator sunglasses. Because that is what 3rd graders need. Sexy eyewear. So the Catholic Church was like my knickknacks pimp, you know? Like I would just like carry this suitcase that was like the size of my body up to a stranger's house, and I would be like, hello, I'm from St. Mary's School. Perhaps you would like to buy a Daffy Duck pencil sharpener or a polar bear pot holder. And then people would be like, we're eating dinner right now. And I would be like, it'll just be a minute. And I would just walk into their home. I didn't know any better. You know, I'd just open up shop and be like, perhaps you'd like a desk set organizer or popcorn for a year. And they'd be like, please leave our home. And then I just start stuffing this stuff back in, but it never fit in the way it had originally been placed in. And I'm kind of like scissor holding the whole thing together and sidestepping out, like, I'm so sorry. I'll be out of your way in just a minute. And that is why I am angry at the Catholic Church. Because I didn't get my sunglasses. And I am gonna go back to the Vatican this year, and I am gonna ask for my damn sunglasses, and they are gonna be confused. I went to a Catholic college as well. They wouldn't sell condoms on campus, which was to teach us a lesson to save up for the abortion, because that can be a pricey fix. I mean, come on. Hey, I'm a jokester. Hey, no, obviously I'm kidding about that, but it just seems crazy. You put a bunch of 19-year-olds in a dorm together, they're not gonna be like, well, I guess since we don't have condoms, we'll just play Pictionary. Does anybody have any pogs? I like those pogs. No, they're gonna have sex with each other, because that's what college is for. It's where dorks go to have sex with other dorks. It's like a dork mating service. Yeah. That's where your children are right now. And I say delusion in a very affectionate way. I mean, delusion is a huge part of my life. If it weren't for delusion, I wouldn't have become a comedian at all, because particularly starting out, you know, there's so much failure, and amidst that failure, you have to tell yourself it's going quite nicely. Because if you didn't, you'd never get on stage again. You'd just be like, I guess human beings don't like me. Because with stand-up comedy, it's not like a play or a movie where people don't like it. They can go, well, we didn't like the set or the script or the costumes. With stand-up comedy, if people don't like it, they're basically saying, we don't like you. You know, your personality. That's a hard reality to face. Even my first paid gig was completely based in this one lie. I was asked to perform 30 minutes of comedy at a place called Fat Tuesdays in Virginia. And what I should have said was I only have about 11 minutes of comedy. And what I did say was, yeah. And so I drive Abby's mint green Taurus out to Fat Tuesdays in Virginia, and I'm backstage, which is the sidewalk of a strip mall, and I'm scared to death because I don't know what's gonna happen after the 11 minutes elapses. And I even say to the headliner, I go, hey, like, what happens if I run out of material? And he goes, just make fun of people. And I was like, I don't know if that's such a good idea. Whenever I make fun of people, they punch me. I later found out that's an entire genre of comedy. You know, these guys, they walk on stage and they're like, nice shirt, faggot, you know, and people are like, it's so true, you know. His shirt does suck. This guy's a genius. I'm from Jersey. You know, it's a popular regional genre, but it's certainly not my forte. And so I'm scared to death, and I don't know what's gonna happen. And they open the door and they go, Mike, you're on. And I turn around and I throw up on the sidewalk because my body couldn't think of another plan. It was just like, what do we do? Let's get rid of some food, you know? And then I walk on stage and I do 4 minutes of comedy. Because when you're bombing, it pares down. And I thanked the audience and apologized. I was like, thank you, sorry. And I walked off and I drove home to Abby and she said, how'd it go? And I said, it was amazing. Because in my mind, it had been. And if it hadn't, I never would have gotten on stage again. So Abby and I were living together, and this was a secret. It was her idea. She was like, we should live together. And what I should have said was my parents are pretty conservative, and they probably wouldn't go for that. And what I did say was, yeah, you know? And so when my parents would visit, we would put all of her stuff in this one small room, and then we would close the door to that room, and then we hung a tapestry in front of the door as though that room didn't exist. It was the closest my life had come to a plot line of Scooby-Doo, and it worked. I mean, that's what's so strange. That plan worked. But lying to my parents in that way caused me so much anxiety, and that was when I started to see the jackal.
Hey Norfolk, did you know that planning a Rhode Island getaway is a total breeze? Literally, you can fly Breeze Airways nonstop to Providence and dive into everything the Ocean State has to offer. There's hiking, history, biking, boating, beaches, one-of-a-kind art, nature, and more around every corner. Tour our famous mansions that inspired HBO's The Gilded Age. Dine on the freshest seafood and stay at sumptuous hotels. Plan your northern adventure at visitrhodeisland.com.
When I first saw my son in a coma, I was devastated.
When I woke up, it was 6 days later. So when they told me I was in a coma and I had been in a car accident, I was definitely scared, but I didn't know how far my health insurance was gonna help me. Decker Law Firm made sure that I had everything that I needed to have, and told me I had to worry about nothing, and made sure that I was very well compensated for the pain and suffering that I went through.
The Decker Law Firm.
At CHKD, sports medicine is more than just treating injuries. It's a whole team approach to caring for young athletes, with experienced physicians, surgeons, trainers, and rehab specialists here when kids and teens need them most. Our experts help young athletes prevent injuries too, with advanced training and conditioning programs that keep them in the game safely. CHKD Sports Medicine, where kids are more than patients and we're more than a hospital.
Thank you. I'm gonna tell you a story tonight, and it's a crazy story. You know, it's just one of those very rare moments in your life where in retrospect you're like, what the hell? And at the time you're like, I guess I'll continue living, I don't know. It's like if you went to the dentist and he asked you to take your pants off, and you're just like, I don't know, you know, I'm gonna make a note of this. This seems strange. I was always discouraged from telling personal stories growing up. I always heard the phrase, don't tell anyone. But not about creepy things. I don't want to lead you down the wrong path. My dad wasn't the dentist or whatever. It would be sort of about insignificant things, like I wouldn't make the soccer team. My father would be like, don't tell anyone. I was like, they're gonna know. When they show up to the games and I'm not on the team and I'm crying. One time I confronted my dad about this. It was just tough with my dad because he's a very serious guy. He's a doctor. He's a neurologist, actually. And he always sits in this one armchair in our house and reads these thick books. My dad goes through war novels like I go through boxes of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Quickly and aggressively, passionately, and he's just the kind of guy who knows stuff, which is intimidating for someone like me who knows nothing. Because my fear when speaking with someone who knows stuff is that it'll reveal and accentuate that I know nothing. And obviously, I don't know nothing. You know, no one knows nothing. It's just the levels of things we know are very different. You know, my dad knows about the hemispheres of the brain. And I know that if I spill Diet Coke on my laptop, it probably won't start again, you know? And that's why my dad was so disappointed that I became a comedian. You know, he worked his whole life to send me to college so I would learn stuff. And I didn't. And I got a job making fun of him in front of strangers. So that whole plan kind of backfired. But one time I built up the courage to ask him, I say, hey, how come you play everything so close to the vest? And my father says, the more people know about you, the more they can use it against you. Which really sent shivers down my spine. It has that kind of open-ended fear to it. You know that feeling you have when you're driving and you see a cop and you're not speeding, you don't have drugs, but you're just like, I hope he doesn't notice I'm driving. 10 and 2, sitting upright, you know. Well, as guarded as my father, as my mother is open, I mean, she'll say anything to anyone in any context. I was visiting them recently, and I met her at the bank, and she'd been talking to the bank teller for 15 minutes about really personal stuff, and I walked in right at the end, and all I heard her say was, and here he is now! And I was like, oh, no, this is a disaster. She's a talker, and I love talking to my mom. You know, we'll talk on the phone for 15 minutes or 2 hours, but at the end of it, no matter what, she'll always say one more thing. But it's rarely anything that deserves to be one more thing. It's always like, one more thing. Ellen from my swim class bought a rice cooker. I'm like, I don't know if that deserves to be one more thing, Mom. In long division, that's called a remainder. You save up 17 of those, we'll give you a conversation. She's a talker, and I'm a talker, and that's why we always drove my dad crazy. Whenever we would tell personal stories growing up, my father would say, hush. I'll give you an example. I was a terrible reader as a kid. We used to do these things in grade school in Massachusetts called SRAs. You guys have that? Student Reading Assignments? Yeah, and what they would do is they would post how many everyone had done on the wall, which is a really good way to squash a child's self-esteem. I remember there was this girl in my class named Jamie Burson, and she finished 147 of these things before I finished 2. And I distinctly remember thinking, I think I might be retarded. And then I looked at the wall, and I was like, oh yeah, I am. And in retrospect, it seems so obvious that I just had some kind of ADD. I remember reading these books as a kid. You know, there were 4 rabbits, Mopsy, Flopsy, Cottontail, and Peter. And I was thinking, if you're gonna name your rabbit Mopsy, you're really gonna name the second one Flopsy? I mean, you want everyone to hate you? And Peter's the only one who made it out okay in the naming process. He's like an investment banker now. He's like, I do not know those other rabbits. And they're like, aren't you Peter Rabbit? He's like, no, I'm Peter Lippens. And he's tucking his ears into a
Skrillex's new album, Quest for Fire, is out now. Listen now on Spotify.
It's the kind of beat that go rat-ta-ta. It's the kind of beat that go rat-ta-ta, rat-ta-ta, rat-ta-ta. It's the kind of beat that go rat-ta-ta, rat-ta-ta, rat-ta-ta. It's the kind of beat that go rat-ta-ta, rat-ta-ta, rat-ta-ta. It's the kind of beat that go
Mobile phone companies say they offer home internet. But if their internet comes from a cell phone network, you should know. It's just phone internet, not home internet. Keep your home up to speed with Cox. Cox Internet is faster and has more reliable download speeds than 5G home internet. Cox is the real home internet you're looking for. Based on Cox analysis of Ookla speed test intelligence data Q3 2022 and Cox serviceable areas, visit cox.com/internet for details.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And with the widest selection of used cars under $20,000, you're bound to find a car that'll put a smile on your face. Carvana gives you control by letting you customize your down and monthly payments. You can browse tens of thousands of cars online to find one within your budget, and you won't get surprised with any bogus fees. Visit Carvana.com or download the app to shop for a vehicle. Carvana, we'll drive you happy. Availability may vary by market.
I've been going recently to a women's exercise class. I've given up on having a traditional male physique, and so now I'm going for strong, independent woman, and it's going pretty well. You know, I'm not as good in the class as you might think. Sometimes I'll kind of skip whole sections of the more difficult exercises when the instructor isn't looking, but then when she looks over, I always have to strike a pose as though I've been doing what everybody else has been doing. It reminds me of the Olympics. You know how in the gymnastics, how they'll have the girls will do those crazy flips and twirls, and every once in a while, and I'm not saying I root for this to happen, but sometimes they'll fall, and it's ugly, because they're rolling around like, I'm in a lot of trouble. Like, I don't even know how I got here. But at the end of that, no matter what, they do the stick the landing pose. And I totally fall for it. I'm like, that can't possibly be the same loser from moments ago. I mean, that's a completely different person. This person has much better posture, for starters. I really wanted Jenny to come out with me and Andy that night in St. Louis, because we're going out to one of these famous Irish pubs where no one can hear anyone speak, and so I thought that might work to my advantage. I don't know, and I didn't have the nerve to ask her myself, and so I convinced Andy to ask her for us, and which, yeah, I don't know if that was the best idea, because we're in the car heading to the pub, and Jenny says, oh, I left my ID at the hotel, and I was like, oh, we can just swing back and get it, and she was like, no, it'll be fine. And I was like, no, it won't be fine because it's St. Patrick's Day and there's bouncers. And she goes, no, it'll be okay. And I was like, no, it won't be okay. And then we get to the pub and it was fine. Like the bouncers just kind of waved her through, which has not been my experience with bouncers. For me, bouncers are like prison guards. And for Jenny, they're like birthday clowns. Like, you know, what can I do to make your day better? You know, and that's... We're at the pub, and it had taken so much convincing for Andy to get Jenny to come out that by the time she came out, she thought she was on a date with him. And yeah, that wasn't the idea. And so I said I had to convince him to fall away as the night went on, like the red rockets on a space shuttle. And eventually, she realized she was on a date with me, and she was not happy about that. But she warmed to me as the night went on because she was drinking, and they're like, you know, by the end of the night, we were laughing and having a good time, and I caught a break, which is we shared a ride back to our hotel with one of their friends, and she and I were stuffed in this little back seat together, and it was really quiet, so I could hear her soft voice, and she told me she had just come off a long, difficult breakup, and I told her about my breakup, and for a moment there in the back seat, it felt like we were holding up two halves of a broken paper heart, and... We get back to the hotel, and I offer to walk her to her room, and she says, sure. And we get to her door, and I didn't want this night to end, and so I build up the courage to lean in to kiss her, and she says, oh, no, thank you. Which I thought was polite, but disappointing. I mean, there's something about a rejected kiss that is the most personal type of rejection, because you're really putting yourself out there. You're just like, I think we should connect mouths, you know, and the other person's like, I do not think we should connect mouths, and those are two very different mouth agendas, you know, and then you just feel so stupid. You're like, I never should have suggested we connect mouths, you know.
I tried that Atkins diet, and they lied to you on the Atkins. They say, oh, after a week, you won't have any carb cravings. No! After a week, I was hallucinating. Every time the doorbell rang, I thought it was Pizza Hut come to save me. That must be them. I had some carb cravings. When you drive by a bakery and you jump out of a moving vehicle, that's a craving. And I had horrible nightmares on that low-carb diet. I dreamt Dr. Phil was outside my house. John, come out here and exercise. You can't be big if your lifestyle won't allow it. Get off my lawn! John, it's not what you're eating, it's what's eating you. I'm calling the cops! In some of the low-carb products, I understand I eat way too many carbs, way too many bad carbs. I eat a lot of breads, a lot of pastas, and I'm toning that down. But this low-carb, have you tried the low-carb products, the low-carb bread? I was all excited, because I love bread, and they have low-carb bread. Oh, good. But I took it out of the package, and I tasted it. And it's not like it went bad, it never went good. They have, I can't believe it's not butter. They should call it This Ain't Bread. Because it looks like bread, but it has no other properties of bread. I tried to butter it. You can't butter it. Butter won't go on it. The butter slides off it like, where you putting me? And the jam just kind of beads up and falls off. Did they Scotch guard this at the factory? That's okay. It's all right. I'll toast it. It'll be better. I'll put it in a sandwich. I'll toast it. It doesn't toast. You can't toast it. I'm out in the garage with a blowtorch. It's absorbing the heat like a space shuttle tile. How does this break down in your system if you can't toast it? They're gonna dig me up in 5,000 years and go, he was on the low carb. See that disc there? We've seen a lot of these.
I want to own a pizzeria, too, when I was a kid. I love pizza. I love it. I love it like I would marry it. But it'd just be an elaborate ploy to eat her whole family at the reception. The problem with marrying pizza is pizza's always hanging out with salad. Salad is like pizza's friendly but annoying friend. Salad's fine sometimes, but once in a while you gotta be like, look, salad, me and pizza want to be alone. Pizza's a great metaphor for America. You know, it started in Italy, and then we brought it over here, and then we made it better than the original, and then we invaded Iraq under false pretenses, and it's got pepperoni and sausage, and I just love it, man. I just love pizza. It's like Italy, and it rules. It's totally, you guys. I'm not that political as a comedian. I don't know. Like, I feel like whether you like him or not, like, Bush, like, seems like a fun guy. Like, he's the kind of guy you invite to the barbecue because you know he's gonna start the wiffle ball game, you know? He's like wiffle ball Tony. He's like, yeah, wiffle ball Tony's here. All right, it is so on. And then one day somebody's like, we're gonna put Tony in charge of everything. And I'm like, we are? The burgers and the potato salad? I don't know if that's such a good idea. Because he's very competitive. He starts going to the neighbor's lawn, challenging them to wiffle ball games. He's like, I heard you bitches want to play wiffle ball. And they're like, we didn't say that. But he starts chucking hamburgers at them. We're like, Tony, what are you doing, man? He's like, they were going to chuck hamburgers at me. But then it turns out they don't even have hamburgers. They have hot dogs, but they only throw them at each other, so it's cool. But then people get upset. They're like, maybe we shouldn't have gone with Football Tony. Maybe we should have gone with Bookworm Steve, but he's so boring. And then one guy's like, what about Ralph? We could go with Ralph. And we're like, shut up, Ralph. This is no time for joking. People get upset about Bush, though. They're very touchy. Like, I was here last time, and this woman came up to me, and she goes, you know, he could be here. And I go, first of all, no. He's probably on vacation. Second of all, he wouldn't understand the analogy. He'd be like, hamburgers, I go for a hamburger. Because that's what he does when he doesn't understand stuff. He goes, and everyone goes, he gets it. But he doesn't. And that's why we're all gonna die. That's all I'm saying.
Hey Norfolk, did you know that planning a Rhode Island getaway is a total breeze? Literally, you can fly Breeze Airways nonstop to Providence and dive into everything the Ocean State has to offer. There's hiking, history, biking, boating, beaches, one-of-a-kind art, nature, and more around every corner. Tour our famous mansions that inspired HBO's The Gilded Age. Dine on the freshest seafood and stay at sumptuous hotels. Plan your northern adventure at visitrhodeisland.com.
Music to our ears. You heard right. You can have it all, only at Priority. And we're not just talking about new cars. With Hampton Roads' largest used car selection and priorities for life, there's no better value than buying a used car
Matrix or whatever. You walk out of your apartment, part of the road isn't even there. There's a guy with a laptop going, "We need a road, stat! What's the code for building, tank?" You know, you get to the airport, the news hasn't even started yet. It's just an anchor looking around like, "What are you up to?" And I get to the kiosk, and I print up my ticket, and I bring it to the security lady, and she looks at it, and she goes, "Well, that ain't your gate." Like, I guess they changed the gate, but the way she said it was as though I had participated in the decision to change the gate. I was like, I was not involved in this process. I wasn't even CC'd. Like, as though I had gone to the kiosk and been like, "B-22, like hell, I'm flying out of B-22, and then I'd Photoshop my own ticket, printed it up, and been like, "This is where I'm going." You know, I'm not that aggressive as a traveler. So I was like, "Well, where is this gate?" She goes, "It's in another terminal. You gotta take a tram." And she points to the tram, and I start walking my roller suitcase, and I hear her say, "And you better run." Like, I guess I was late at that point, so I start running, and the roller suitcase does not enjoy running. The roller suitcase is like, "I don't wanna run. I have wheels." And I was like, "I don't want to run either, but this is what we have to do. I tell you what, when we get to the hotel, I'll walk in circles for a few hours, and then I get to the tram, and it has that feature where it says how many minutes before the next tram arrives, and it says 0 minutes. I was like, perfect. That's exactly how long I wanted to wait. But the tram's riding away. I was like, that's -1 minute! And then it says 10 minutes, and I'm experiencing that psychological downward spiral, like, oh, great, I'm gonna miss my flight, and then I'm gonna miss every flight from now on, and then I'm gonna miss my family reunion, and then I'm not gonna have a family, and then I'm gonna be a crack whore. And it's like, all of a sudden, I'm a crack whore, but it's just because I missed this one flight, and I can feel the cancer forming in my body in real time. I get on the next tram 10 minutes later, and I run to the gate, and I'm sweaty, and I'm out of breath, but I'm on time. And I'm so relieved that I sit down in the chair at the gate and I fall asleep. And I wake up to the sound of the doors shutting. I jump up and the door's closed. And I am on the sad side of the door. The happy side has an airplane and a pilot. The sad side is me and the Cinnabon lady. Normally, I'd be very excited if it were just me and the Cinnabon lady. I'm a big fan of pastries the size of a baby that have enough calories for a year. I think that's an effective use of time, but in this instance, I needed someone who could communicate with the people on the plane, and the Cinnabon lady is not very well connected in the airline community. I was like, "Do you know these people?" She was like, "All I know is the white stuff goes on the Cinnabon."
I saw this wino, he was eating grapes. He's like, "Dude, you have to wait." I like to drink red wine. This girl says, "Doesn't red wine give you a headache?" "Yeah, eventually. But the first and the middle part are amazing. I'm not gonna stop doing something because of what happens at the end." "Mitch, do you want an apple?" "No, eventually it'll be a core." I went to the store, bought 8 apples. The clerk said, "Do you want me to put them in a bag?" I said, "Oh no, man, I juggle. But I can only juggle 8. If I'm ever here buying 9 apples, fucking bag them up." I saw a guy juggling chainsaws. It was cool, but unless something needed to be sawed down, then it's just annoying. It's like, "Come on, Rick, can we use one?" Track number 5 will not be chainsaw juggling. It will be this one.
I think the funnest thing to do, though, when it comes to other people, go to Chinese restaurants. Chinese restaurants are the funnest places to go to. Because the food's good, and not only that, they're really nice to you, but pissed off at the help. You ever notice that when you walk in there? Every Chinese restaurant, they want to get your respect real bad, so they chew out, like you walk in there, it's like, "Oh, welcome to Hunan. Welcome to Hunan. Yeah, one moment." "No, sit down, please. One moment." I kill him. Enjoy. They got the Asian channel here, don't they? They got the Asian channel. Telemundo, an Asian channel. That's great. They singing a Hotayakoyo.
So when I was a kid, it was this bear that would walk in the front door of my house. And as an adult, it was this jackal that would hover above my bed. Well, the sleepwalking got worse. Abby and I graduated from school and we moved to Brooklyn. We had a very small apartment, but it was comfy, you know. We had a big puffy couch and 2 cats, and we made our first major purchase. We bought a TiVo. And one night I had a dream that I was in the Olympics for some kind of arbitrary event, like dustbustering. And they told me that I got 3rd place. And I stood up on the 3rd place podium, and I'm feeling pretty good about myself. I'm new to the sport, you know. Even in my dreams, I don't win, per se. In my wildest dreams, I place. And they say, actually, we reconsidered and we decided that you got 2nd place. And I move over to the 2nd place podium and it starts wobbling. And it's wobbling and wobbling. And I wake up and I'm falling off the top of our 5-foot bookcase in our living room. And I land on the floor hard on top of our TiVo. I know. And it breaks into pieces. And it was like one of these stories you hear where people black out drinking and they wake up in Idaho, they don't know where they are. They're just like, oh no! Hardee's, you know, or whatever's there. But it was in my own living room. I was just like, oh no! TiVo pieces. And I get up and I go back to bed, and Abby wakes me up in the morning and she says, Michael, what happened to the TiVo? And I say, I got 2nd place. And I'm really sorry.
Cox Internet is faster and has more reliable download speeds than 5G home internet. It's the real home internet you're looking for. Based on Cox analysis of Ookla speed test intelligence data, Q3 2022, and Cox serviceable areas. Learn more at cox.com/internet.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And with the widest selection of used cars under $20,000, you're bound to find a car that'll put a smile on your face. Carvana gives you control by letting you customize your down and monthly payments. You can browse tens of thousands of cars online to find one within your budget, and you won't get surprised with any bogus fees. Visit Carvana.com or download the app to shop for a vehicle. Carvana, we'll drive you happy. Availability may vary by market.
Just because you can't hear space doesn't mean it's silent. The United States Space Force not only protects our assets in space, but also the stability of our everyday lives. See what else we protect at spaceforce.com.
This is a song I wrote when I was 3. Oh, I think the kitten's trying to kill me. I better kill him first. Good thing Mommy's sleeping. Where are the big scissors? Here, kitty, here, kitty, here, kitty. We're gonna play a different funny kind of game. Nothing's ever gonna be the same.
Who knows, man? I lived in New York City for a while before I came out here. My apartment was really small in New York. I had a goldfish and I had to keep him in a shot glass. No, it's okay, a little pebble in there for scenery, so. He liked that. He was like, yeah, this is just like the ocean. I like to watch when he tried to turn around there. Filtering system, I take a straw. It's like a jacuzzi room. Oh, yeah. I think people are unfair to their pets, you know? Like putting a pet bird in a cage. That's pretty nice, huh? Get in there, Clank, shut up. I'll be making the decisions. I was wondering what a bird's thinking standing in a cage. Hey, thank you. Hey, I've been blessed with the gift of flight. Appreciate the environment. I know how to fly. I'm standing on a stack. Hey, I've already read these newspapers. In fact, I've whited out some typos. I don't know what animals think. You know? You ever knock over an ant pile? Isn't it amazing that they all start rebuilding it that second? They're all running around. You'd think there'd be just a minute, where they'd all get upset. And you just knock it over. Oh, man!
Anybody else in here get so drunk last month you had to call a cab just to take you to Wendy's? Couple, all right, maybe. Couple, right there. Yeah. Get to that special point in your mid-30s where you realize that drinking responsibly and crying for help just kind of turned into the same thing. Real successful Saturday night home alone. I want those spicy nuggets. You're too drunk to drive. We'll call a cab because you deserve them. I'm doing the right thing. How come it still feels sad? That's what I did. I called a cab, and another grown man drove to my house for money, because that was his job. And he got to my house, and I jumped in his cab, and I said this: don't do what I did when you get a cab. I just jumped in, and I just said, we're going on an adventure. And that's just $80 on the meter right away. I don't want to be a tour guide. That's $80. That's a Peter Pan tax is what that is. So that's the same amount of money if I were to just jump in and be like, take me to Neverland. $80. You smell like you're probably going to barf in here, so we're starting at 80. Doesn't matter where you're going. And so we drove to the Wendy's, and I made him take me through the drive-thru because I did not trust him not to leave me there. It was fair. He was suspicious of me. I was suspicious of him. It was fair play. But this is where I got in trouble, see, is because he was driving a van cab, which means I had to open the whole side door to place my order. And I was like, well, there's no way in hell I'm not going to fall on my ass doing this. So I had one hand wrapped up in the seatbelt and was just kind of hanging out the side like a helicopter machine gunner. I was just kind of hanging out. I realized, like, oh, this is how they do the high-speed ransom exchanges and the action movies I love so much. I'm gonna Bruce Willis the shit out of this. So I wasn't even at the window. I was just hanging out. I was like, you throw me the nuggets, I'll throw you the cash. You know? And the lady working there, she threw me the little bag. She's got to cut loose. She's working late at a Wendy's. Have some fun with your life. Have some fun with it. So I got the stuff. I'm yelling at the getaway driver. At this point, it's the getaway driver. It's like, I got the package, step on it, go! But he's not in it. He's like, I cannot go with the doors open. I cannot drive with the doors open. But it's an illegal thing for me to do with the door open. I'm like, but we're doing a whole thing right now. Where's your imagination? But somebody clearly had not taken improv classes in college like some other of us have. You are not yes-anding right now. This other Frosty was gonna be for you, yeah. But you blew it, yeah. Spent $114, 2 Frosties and a dozen nuggets. Because I'm an American hero. Right now they're losing their shit because I spilled on my shirt, and there's somebody like, it's not gonna match! It's not gonna match! What do we do? It's not gonna match! Why didn't you buy 2 shirts, Kyle? Barely need this one. You got something that'll make me look like a sassy janitor? That's my fashion sense is just the wise high school janitor. Oh, I think I know a thing or two about love, young man. Come sit in the closet with me. I'll tell you all about it. Fuck it, we're going for it.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And it's safe to say, getting paid on the spot can make people pretty happy. Yep, Carvana will give you a real offer on your car in minutes. Then, Carvana will pick it up and pay you on the spot. Carvana has purchased over 1 million cars from happy customers. Visit Carvana.com or download the app to get a real offer on your vehicle in minutes. Carvana, we'll drive you happy.
Football is back, and so is your chance to win with BetRivers Sportsbook app. Featuring our new multi-game same-game parlay, combine the action of multiple same-game parlays in one bet for more action and bigger payouts. Bet the spread, bet the over, bet player props, and more. Throw in daily odds boost plus award-winning customer service, and it's a touchdown. BetRivers Sportsbook app. It's a whole new game.
Presented by Rivers Casino Portsmouth. Must be 21 plus. Available in Virginia only. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-532-3500.
Hello there. My name is Seychelle, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is the punch of flavors. You get the crispy chicken and that sourness from the pickles. Ta-da!
Order the original Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real customer paid for their testimonial.
I wish I could be a singer, man. If I was, I'd probably start off in Las Vegas. Who's been in Las Vegas? Come on, come on. Woo! There were 2 weeks. They got the cheesiest lounge acts, don't they? I heat up, I can't slow down. The situation brings me round and round, yeah! Well, I'm hot-blooded, check it and see. Yeah! Enjoy the buffet, we'll take in 5, all right? Went to Caesar's Palace up there, man. Anybody been to Caesar's? They got those big statues. They're like really huge. You know, they're all huge and stuff, but they got little peckers like that big. You know? And the statues look mean. I'm Hercules. I am Zeus.
My little peepee, my little nut right there. My little...
Pigeon can't even land on that. You know what I'm talking about? I can't do it. They should make a black statue. That's what they should make. Come on, give the brothers a shot. What's up? People, you going to the casino? Let's go. Oh, what the hell is that thing? Yeah. I don't know, man. I go Las Vegas. I go there. For some reason, I get really horny. When I go, I'm horny. And sometimes they got these shows where the guys dress up in drag. You notice that? Like Lacage show. They look like women, but they're guys, and they still dress in drag when they leave the place. So you're trying to pick, hey, what's going on? What's up? I'm Pablo.
Hey, man, what the hell are you looking at?
I don't know, a chick with nuts. I don't know. Spunk, what is it? We don't know.
I think there's too many cameras right now. Like, you go to buy something, everything's also a camera. They'll be like, it's also a camera. I'm like, I just wanted a grapefruit. They're like, it's a camera grapefruit. You take pictures of yourself eating the grapefruit, and then you eat the camera, you poop the pictures. Oh my God, that is the opposite of what I wanted. They keep combining stuff. My brother got me a cell phone Palm Pilot in one because I'm a ninja, and I dropped it on the ground and the screen broke, so now it's just a phone the size of a laptop. Technology's moving so fast, it's to the point you can make stuff up and people believe you. You can be like, have you seen the new Sony teleporter? People be like, no, but I heard about it. I end up saying that all the time. No, but I heard about it. It means I haven't heard about it, but I like you.
I like Mexican women. Mexican women rock. That's right. That's right. Not because I'm Latino, but if you get in a fight or something, they'll jump in and help you out, you know? You need that protection. They get right in there. Oh, my ex-girlfriend was the best, man. Oh. She backed me up if some guy would come to the party, you know, looking to kick my ass, you know. Hey, is Pablo here? Looking for, so you know Pablo? Is Pablo here?
Yeah, what's going on? He's my boyfriend, what's up?
Yeah, you better tell him, man. If I see him, I want to kick his ass.
Hey, don't talk to me like you know me. You come to my party looking for Pablo, guess what? I say I'll kick your ass.
You always got that friend who wants to get involved, you know?
Rosa, what's going on? Is this guy over here, Bonnie Noise, talking to me? Like he knows me. Stupid.
You ever see two Mexican women fight? That is better than Caesar's Palace right there, man. They'll see another girl in the mall, that's when it gets really nasty. Like a big cat fight, you know?
Hey, Cristina Lopez. She don't even know me, huh? Cristina, remember me? You're talking a lot of crap back in 3rd grade. I remember. You were too. You don't even know me, huh? You don't remember? I do. Come, no, let go of me, Pablo. Come on, let's go. Don't care who's watching. Come on, let. You're still alive. You want some more, Pablo? Hold my baby. Come on, let's go. Carry it, man.
Oh, yeah.
Stupid! Kick your ass!
They should put them in that video game, Mortal Kombat. Wouldn't that be cool? Sub-Zero.
Chicana.
Then he fighting. You hit the joystick, a little can of hairspray comes out. Finish him.
Come here! Stupid!
They're the only women who don't need mace, you know that? No.
I didn't realize how good I was with computers until I met my parents. My parents are like what would happen if you gave a monkey a computer. You know, they just kind of like bat it and sniff it and poop in their hands and rub it on the keys. And it's not like I know anything about computers. I know one thing. I know that if a stranger emails you an attachment, you shouldn't open it. You know, like, and my parents didn't get the memo on that one, and they're lonely, you know, so they open everything. They're just like, we got mail from XR Zebo and monkeys.tv, you know, or whatever, I don't know, and I'm like, that is not your friend. Like fun, is that your friend? They ended up with a porn virus on their computer that was unlike anything I'd ever seen in my entire life. It was hardcore porn on the desktop, on the screensaver. The icons became dildos. A guy jumped out of the screen and was like, where's your daughter? You know, it was literally terrifying. And my parents were so sad because when they left Circuit City, they did not think this was in the realm of possibility. My mother called me. I was upstairs. She couldn't even describe it. She was just like, Michael, something happened with the computer. And I couldn't do it. I didn't know what to do. And so for like a week, it was a very awkward week in the Bahuski household because my parents were secretly suspicious of one another, that the other person had ordered this service for the computer. Like, I'd never talked to my parents about sex, never mind our porn preferences, you know, like, the closest thing to a sex talk was when I was in college. I had my first serious girlfriend, and my dad looked at me cryptically, and he goes, "You're playing with fire." And that was the whole conversation. I didn't know what to say. I was like, I got a hose. I don't know. You gotta fill the awkward void with something. But I figured out how to get the virus to go away. I actually called Joe Bags, and he helped me out, and we got it to go away, but when I left the house, my parents had placed the computer in the corner of the house with the screen facing the wall, like the computer had done something wrong.
Cox Internet is faster and has more reliable download speeds than 5G home internet. It's the real home internet you're looking for. Based on Cox analysis of Ookla speed test intelligence data Q3 2022 and Cox serviceable areas. Learn more at cox.com/internet.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And it's safe to say, getting paid on the spot can make people pretty happy. Yep, Carvana will give you a real offer on your car in minutes. Then, Carvana will pick it up and pay you on the spot. Carvana has purchased over 1 million cars from happy customers. Visit Carvana.com or download the app to get a real offer on your vehicle in minutes. Carvana, we'll drive you happy.
This is a real story of kindness, shared with us by a customer from one of our Westchester County Starbucks stores.
It was a usual crazy morning. You know, waking up early, getting the kids up and fed and off to school. So after I dropped them off at the bus stop, I went into my local Starbucks and ordered my usual. But guess what? When I reached into my pocket, I noticed I had left my wallet and phone at home. Thankfully, the kindest woman was standing in line behind me and offered to pay for my coffee. I don't know her name, but thank you so much to whoever you are.
A wonderful reminder that a little kindness is never really little.
The next morning, I fly back to New York. Later, I get a call from my rental car agency explaining that the accident report had come back on the accident that I just described and had found me at fault, and that I owed, and I'm not making this up, $12,000 for repairs on the other driver's Mercedes SUV. And I was like, well, this can't be happening. I explained to the woman, I think it's a misunderstanding. The other guy was clearly drunk. It was definitely not my fault. She said, I'm really sorry, but unless they change the accident report, you owe this money. So I requested the accident report. I'm gonna show you the actual accident report tonight. I don't know, for the people listening on the album who do not see this, you guys can affirm that this is an actual accident report we have projected on a screen. I don't know if you've ever seen one of these things before, but it's a little bit like homework for cops, and Officer Timpson not so good with the homework. He consistently mixes up passenger 1, passenger 2, vehicle 1, and vehicle 2 at one point so badly that he says, P1, that's me, started to go. But all of a sudden, V1, that's me also, came at a high rate of speed crashing into him. Now, I'm pretty self-destructive as a person, but I would never crash into my own car with my own car, nor would I understand how you could do that. This part is even crazier. The other driver's statement at the scene of the accident was, I was on Venice going, I'm not too sure. I was going away from the beach. I was driving. I don't know what happened. Did I hurt anyone? I don't know where I was going, but I came from home. I had a sip of beer, which is really everyone's favorite quantity of beer. Just the one sip, right? That's what they serve these days at the home/beach/pub. So all of us in mind, the officer makes one key mistake. He checks the box that finds me involved. So I'm like, I need to get Officer Timpson on the phone so we can clear up this misunderstanding. The problem is he keeps ducking my calls. And I know, because I'm calling 2 or 3 times a day, leaving messages, calling departments next to his department so he knows I'm trying to reach him. And finally, after a month of this, I get him on the phone. I'm so relieved. I explain this misunderstanding, and he listens to me. And he says, do the right thing and pay for the guy's car. I mean, that's what I said. I go, aren't you listening to any of this? I go, this guy was clearly drunk, really pulled me inches from where he hit, and I would be dead right now, and he wants me to pay for this. Don't you see how crazy it is? Just as one human being to another, and he says, do the right thing and pay for the guy's car. At this point, it stops being about money. It's about stopping a man who has no regard for people or the law. This is kind of... I start printing up Google Maps of the scene of the accident. California State driving law on the phone with lawyers and private investigators. There's only one lawyer who would consider the case, and he was an accident lawyer. And he said, did you have any loss of income from the accident? And I said, no. And he says, did you have any loss of income from the accident? And I said, no. This isn't about money. And he doesn't take the case. And this is when I start going completely mad. I'm up till about 4 or 5 a.m. every night just surfing the web. I get a subscription to a site called netdetective.com, which is a great site for vigilantes who have $29.95. So now I know this guy's name, I know where he lives, I know what he does for a living, and in my mind, it becomes like a trailer for a revenge thriller. Like Jim Bosworth thought he was gonna get away with this, but Jim Bosworth had another thing coming. Mike Birbiglia. I was like, I'm gonna track down Jim Bosworth. I'm gonna sue Jim Bosworth, and I'm gonna sue the entire Los Angeles Police Department. At this point, people stopped talking to me entirely. My friends would call me like, hey, what's going on? I'd be like, I'll tell you what's going on. I would tell them this whole story, and they'd be like, you should get a lawyer. I'd be like, this is way past lawyers. A lawyer wouldn't even touch this.
Please put your hands together for Mr. Mike Birbiglia, everybody.
Oh, you didn't have to. How are ya? Nice to see ya. John got my last name right. Birbiglia. Everyone gets it wrong when telemarketers call. They'll be like, good afternoon, may I speak with Mr. Oh, man. Gerbigaboo. So I just have to spell it on the phone like it's B as in boy, I-R-B again, I-G-L-I-A. I wish my last name were just boy. I'd be like, it's B as in boy, and then the rest of the word boy. I'm Italian. My family's not real Italian. We're like Olive Garden Italian. Sometimes people come up to me, they'll be like, in Italy it's pronounced Birbiglia. I'm like, in America, you're annoying. It's a hard name to have growing up. The kids would call me names like Birbigglebug and Birbibliography and Faggot. I was an altar boy when I was a kid, and the answer is no, I wasn't. And I think it's because they knew I was a talker. And also, I was so bad at it, I think they thought, well, if he's just bad at lighting candles. Very ambitious as a child. I wanted to be a comedian or a rapper or the owner of a pizza restaurant where third graders could hang out. Those are my goals. And it surprises people that I want to be a comedian because I'm just very awkward in my life. I have a habit of making awkward situations even more awkward. Like, I was moving a new bed in my apartment recently, and this woman who lives in the building opened the front door for me with her keys. She goes, I'm not worried because a rapist wouldn't have a bed like that. Now, what I should have said was nothing. What I did say was you'd be surprised. And there's nothing you can say after that. You're just like, whatever. See you around the building, you know. It's hard not to end up in awkward conversations because every topic is off limits. Like, you can't talk about movies anymore. Like, I was talking to this girl, and I was like, I hated that movie. And then she was like, that movie was the reason I stopped cutting myself. And then I had to pull it back. I'm like, it was pretty good. I liked the ending when she didn't cut herself. I thought that was redemptive.
Shopping for women is the toughest experience a man will ever have because we do not understand your stuff, okay? We don't understand your clothes because, first of all, women don't buy clothes. Too easy to buy clothes, or women have to buy outfits. For every occasion, a woman has an outfit, okay? And there's some kind of secret competition going on that if two women show up at the same time, in the same place, in the same outfit, there's gonna be trouble. See, that doesn't apply to men. If we show up dressed the same, we figure we got it right. So we try to buy you clothes, ladies, but you have this size thing going on, right? And the size is just a number. We don't understand the number. We don't know how the number works. Men's clothes, simple. Measure your waist, that's your size. With women, you get some arbitrary number. The only thing we know about the number is you better not get the number too big. Don't be held to pay if that number is too big. And there's no logic to the number. You could have a woman who's 5'5" who wears a size 10. Stand right next to a woman who's 5'10" who wears a size 5. And you expect us to figure that out? No, we don't know. That's why every woman's store in the world has the chair. Oh, that's right. We all know about the chair, don't we, fellas? You guys sitting over here looking hard, you know about the chair. Every man has done time in the chair. And the sad thing is, we're grown men, we're afraid to move. Right? Once you sit down, you can't get out of the chair. Because there's always some guy that comes along like, hey man, you know the game's on in the TV section. Yeah, I know, but I can't leave the chair. Oh, she sat me down, she went in that little room over there, man. I don't know what they do in there, but when she comes out, my ass better be in this chair. Last time I got out the chair, it cost me $500. I ain't leaving the chair. There's only one thing worse than sitting in the chair, and that's holding the purse. Oh, ladies, we hate holding the purse, all right? You have no idea how much we can't stand holding the purse. And it's not that we don't want to be helpful, it's just that there is no cool way to hold the purse. Right? You always got to hold the purse way out here like, look, this is not my purse. Nope, this don't match nothing I have on. I'm just sitting here doing as I'm told, trying to earn enough points to get an electric screwdriver. Listen, gentlemen, I'm going to give you a tip that I promise you will use. Because I have figured out how to beat holding the purse. So some of you might want to get a ring. You'll be in the store, sitting in the chair. I ain't figured that out yet. And she'll load up with stuff and her friends will load up because they're shopping. In the moment, I mean the second she empties that purse, open it up, start looking through it. You will never touch the purse again. Now you might lose a hand or some shit like that, but the purse will be off limits. Listen, I'm Alonzo, I gotta go. Thanks a lot for coming, thank you for laughing. Thank you very much.
Mobile phone companies say they offer home internet. But if their internet comes from a cell phone network, you should know. It's just phone internet, not home internet. Keep your home up to speed with Cox. Cox internet is faster and has more reliable download speeds than 5G home internet. Cox is the real home internet you're looking for. Based on Cox analysis of Ookla speed test intelligence data Q3 2022 and Cox serviceable areas, visit cox.com/internet for details.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And it's safe to say getting paid on the spot can make people pretty happy. Yep, Carvana will give you a real offer on your car in minutes. Then Carvana will pick it up and pay you on the spot. Carvana has purchased over 1 million cars from happy customers. Visit Carvana.com, download the app to get a real offer on your vehicle in minutes. Carvana will drive you happy.
Just because you can't hear space. Doesn't mean it's silent. The United States Space Force not only protects our assets in space, but also the stability of our everyday lives. See what else we protect at spaceforce.com.
This is the first time I remember sleepwalking. I always had dreams about wild animals when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I had this recurring dream for years that there was a bear walking in the front door of my house, literally opening the front door, which is the scariest part when you think about it. A bear with opposable thumbs. Because if a bear can open a door, the sky's the limit. I don't have a plan for that one. My plan was the door. In the dream, I would hide in the kitchen cupboard with my sister Patty, and it's pitch black, and I'm scared to death. I open up the door crack to let in some light. I look next to me. Patty is gone. She's been replaced by the bear. He doesn't kill me, but it gives me kind of a coy, Jack Nicholson-y look. Like, will I kill you? And that's when I wake up. I had that dream for years, and then eventually I attempted to face this lifelong fear. Patty and I went to Alaska. We went to this place called Katmai National Park, which is one of these places that has so many bears that when you arrive, they take you to what's called bear orientation. And they teach you, and it seems counterintuitive, but if you ever see a bear walking towards you, you're actually supposed to clap and make the bear aware of your presence. Like, I'm right here, bear! I'm right here! I'm Mike, you're a bear. And we're okay with each other. And when they told me this, I was like, oh, murdered by a bear. Because that seems like basting yourself in barbecue sauce. You know, it's like, I'm right here, bear, I'm right here. And I taste fantastic. I've applied condiments so that I'll be less bland. Patty and I went fly fishing. I don't know if you've ever tried this, but it's much more difficult than it looks, and a river runs through it. We're waist deep in water. We're in the rubber pants, and there are salmon jumping out of the water in front of us, literally jumping, which is what I would do if I were a fish. That seems like a great field trip. You know, you're in the boring water all day, and all of a sudden you're like, whoa! I want to stay here and grow legs and become a human, which is what happened over time. Sorry, homeschoolers. But the salmon are just jumping out of the water, but I can't catch one with the rod. There's this whole kind of maestro maneuver, and if you don't catch one, you feel like an idiot. You're just like, I should have brought a net. Yeah, that'd be a lot easier. You just be like, aha! Snag them with the net. 1, 2, it's a lot easier. And the fishing guide we're with, it feels bad for me, so he catches one himself, places the rod in my hands, and goes, you got one! And that hurt, because I knew that I hadn't, and so here's where it heats up. I'm with the fishing guide. My sister Patty's about 75 yards behind us, and I hear her say, Mike? And it was a voice of someone. It had a very distinct pitch, like right here, she thought there might be a bear. Right here, that's a bear. Like if she knew the whole time, it'd just be like, Mark! And I turn around and there's an 8-foot brown bear walking towards her in the water. It was very surreal because he wasn't running, He wasn't like, I will murder you! Ah! He was just kind of docile, like, I'm a bear, etc. Well, here it was, my greatest fear my entire life, and I was proud of myself because I built up the courage to say, "Guide, do something!" And that guide snapped into action. He sprinted over in the water right at the bear, and he goes, "Yeah, yeah, yeah!" And the bear walks away. He was just like, "All right, I'm a bear," etc. And I was very relieved that my sister didn't get mauled. But in retrospect, I was a little angry at the guide. I was like, you know, you didn't tell me about the plan. You just told me to go, "I'm right here, bear, I'm right here. And my name is Mike." It's like he gave me the bad parachute, you know, like everybody's chute goes off, and then I have the multicolored gym class parachute. I'm like, this doesn't do anything! Except for the team skills! Alright, now you go under! Alright, now I go under! Alright, now you go!
I hate when I get off an elevator on the wrong floor. You do that? Then you gotta hop back on and face those people? I feel like I owe everybody in there an explanation. Like they're all going, "Hey, here's the big idiot getting back on. Doesn't know where the hell he is in life." You step off for a second, then you hop back on. Thought that was the second floor. Looks just like the second floor. Same wallpaper and plant and everything. Everything's the same, except for that big number 5. You look at it quick, it's like a 2, and I was looking at it quick, you know? Looking at it too quick, probably. What's that weird face people make to each other when they're waiting for something? People walk up, they look at each other and does this with the face. Throwing the eyebrows up there. There you go. It's like, I see ya, but I ain't got nothing to say to you. That's about all the greeting I can muster for you right now. Hey, welcome to the area. Your eyebrows. Never felt so welcome. Talking with them so they don't want to be rude and look away, so they pull like that weird rubber face move, you know? You know, they suck it in. I'm listening. And then the lips start moving over, you know. What are you, Popeye? What the hell was that? Smoke just came out of the back of your head. You're a volcano!
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And with the widest selection of used cars under $20,000, you're bound to find a car that'll put a smile on your face. Carvana gives you control by letting you customize your down and monthly payments. You can browse tens of thousands of cars online to find one within your budget, and you won't get surprised with any bonus fees. Visit Carvana.com or download the app to shop for a vehicle. Carvana will drive you happy. Availability may vary by market.
Hello there, my name is Seychelle, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is the punch of flavors. You get the crispy chicken and that sourness from the pickles. Ta-da!
Order the original Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real customer paid for their testimonial.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tommy Johnigan.
Perfect.
let's make a CD. Do you guys want to do that? So, all right, let's do that. Don't suck. I mean, I'm gonna hold up my end. I'm gonna need you guys to bring it also. A few months ago, I tried to get high for the first time ever with a girl who we had never done it, and we were curious. I said, let's do it. Let's get some pot. Let's do some pot. Let's get high on some pot. And she goes, we're not gonna get any if you say it like that. You a cop? You a cop? You wearing a wire? I don't know how you get drugs. I've never scored dope before. So I assume the way you get drugs is you have a friend in grade school, and he eventually starts to sell people drugs. And you stay friends with him until your wife tells you that you can't. He's weird around the kids. You've noticed that, right? I don't have a friend like that. I do have a friend who has a medical marijuana card, which means he's able to legally acquire marijuana and illegally give it to me in a Chipotle parking lot. That's what we did. I was nervous about the exchange, like seriously. I was getting drugs. I didn't know. I parked in the back and I was like, how do you want to do this? And he was like, I'll just give it to you right here. It's probably easiest. I didn't know if I needed to come up with a cover story or thanks for the marbles. Picking up the marbles. And he'd be like, that's weed. That's weed in there. Did you also want marbles? I don't want to make two stops. They don't sell marbles at the weed store since the incident. He got us 2 Rice Krispie treats with weed in them, or weed treats with Rice Krispies on them. I'm not sure how they list the ingredients. She was like, let's only eat half of it because we've never done this before. Well, exactly. That's what we would do if we were giant pussies. Let's eat them all. Let's see what happens. That sounds way funner. We ate them all, and what happened was it hit her first. I'm not gonna lie to you. She's a smaller person. It got into her system, and I just watched it before it happened. I watched it happen. She was like the ghost of marijuana future. The first thing that happened is she smacked her lips really hard, and then licked her face like Scooby-Doo or any famous dog. But she goes, I don't think it's hit me yet. I hope it has. If you just start doing that normally, I'm leaving. Then she started laughing. I knew that was, I've seen after school specials, I know about drugs. So she started laughing. Then I started laughing. She started crying hysterically, and I could not stop laughing. I wanted to. She's crying, I'm laughing. I forgot how to breathe at one point. That's how much I put in my, you don't even remember to breathe, but I forgot. Like at one point I had to go, breathe in. And then I only breathed in. Like that's all I did. Just convulsing on the bed. Like, oh no, this isn't good. I hated it. I'm never doing it again. I'm just saying no. I told her, I said, let's go to bed. Drugs can't get you in your sleep. Yeah. I totally made that up. Like when you go to bed, they're like, let's crank it up a notch.
Very fun. I'm glad you guys came. I really appreciate people coming out when they come here. It's really nice when I do a show and people come on purpose. Really good feeling. I'll be out there if you want to come by and say hello. I'll be out there in the lobby. I have a CD available, and I hope that one of you will buy it and the rest of you have a computer. Also, I write something online. It's a little travelogue I write. It's called My Secret Public Journal, and you can subscribe to it online. It's a fun read. It's on my website. Just type in MikeBirbiglia.com. Good luck with that. Thanks for coming to my show, listening to talk about panda bears and brown bears and pockets. Hope you learned some important life lessons like more mysterious lives and what I should have said is not good.
hope you brought your cameras. You'll go home and poop the pictures. You'll tell your friends about the show. And you'll say, have you seen this guy with Bigglebug? And they'll say, no, but I heard about him. I want you to tell all your cracker-ass white bread honkies and black bean soups and Asian chicken platters that you're dying inside, cause it's 2005, mofo. I think Abraham Lincoln said that. Thanks a lot, Washington, D.C. I really appreciate it. It's really nice of you.
One more time for Mike Birbiglia, everybody.
Mobile phone companies say they offer home internet. But if their internet comes from a cell phone network, you should know. It's just phone internet, not home internet. Keep your home up to speed with Cox. Cox Internet is faster and has more reliable download speeds than 5G home internet. Cox is the real home internet you're looking for. Based on Cox analysis of Ookla speed test intelligence data Q3 2022 and Cox serviceable areas, visit cox.com/internet for details.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And with the widest selection of used cars under $20,000, you're bound to find a car that'll put a smile on your face. Carvana gives you control by letting you customize your down and monthly payments. You can browse tens of thousands of cars online to find more than your budget. It's private. Squeeze. Visit Carvana.com or download the app to shop for a vehicle. Carvana will drive you happy. Availability may vary by market.
This is Hits 2023. The biggest stars, the latest hits, all your favorite songs and hot new releases featuring David Guetta, Tiesto, Oliver Tree, Lizzo, and thanks so much. Updated every single week. Listen now on Spotify.
That story is about my parents, and I was visiting my parents recently, and I don't like them. I love them, don't get me wrong, I would die for them, but if I met them at a party, I'd be like, these people, you know, this place is beat, we're out of here, you know, because my parents are Italian, but they eat at the Olive Garden, literally. And my dad will show off by pronouncing menu items authentically. He'll be like, I'll have the pasta fagioli. And I'm like, we're sitting in a strip mall between a Build-A-Bear and a Spencer Gifts. You'll have the pasta fagioli like everybody else. You're not special. They make up phrases. I realized this as an adult when I would say the things that my parents said to me as kids to people in the outside world. And they would be like, what the hell are you talking about? I was like, but my mother said that. Oh no, you know, and my whole life when I wasn't allowed to do something, my mother would say, like fun you're doing that. Anybody ever heard that phrase? Yeah, like fun, like, that's really confusing for a child. Because it would seem like she's encouraging me to do it, you know? She'd be like fun, you're going to the mall? Yeah, like fun! Burger buddies, arcade, like fun! But then I realized as an adult that like fun was her way of saying like hell. Because she's Catholic. For Catholics, hell is fun. One day Jenny gets an invitation to the wedding of one of her friends, and she invites me to come along, and I said, oh. that doesn't go over so well. She says, why? And I said, well, as you know, I don't believe in marriage, and so I don't buy into the flamboyant pageantry that goes into celebrating it. She said, well, what do you think? She said, well, if you don't believe in anything, how can you not believe in marriage? And I said, well, first of all, it just doesn't seem necessary. I mean, marriage is an archaic institution invented in the Middle Ages based on exchanging property. I don't want to be a part of that. Second of all, I don't even think we have a common cultural understanding of what marriage even is. I mean, one of me and Andy's friends was about to get engaged, and we were skeptical, and we said, are you sure this is the person you want to be with for the rest of your life? And he goes, yeah, I think so. And we said, well, what if she gets in a car accident and she's disfigured? Would you stay with her then? And he said, maybe. That is not an acceptable answer! Third of all, if I'm so in love, why does it need to be written into a government contract? And I'm not one of these, like, I don't want government up in my business kind of people. I think the government does a nice job delivering the mail and suggesting I don't eat poison. But I just don't understand why they need to be involved in my personal relationship. And then finally, if marriage is religious, shouldn't I believe in the religion? I've been to more weddings than my friends where the people on the altar don't believe in the religion of the church they've invited us to. Some of them even go to classes with the priest in advance to more elaborately lie about believing in a religion they don't believe in, just to have a wedding in a fancy building. That is insane! That's how I feel! So I explained this to Jenny. Jenny says, if you ever did want to get married, I would marry you. And I said, why? Aren't you listening to any of this? Jenny says, that's how I feel. I've tried with computers. I took a class in college, it was called Introduction to Computers and Networks, and it was at 8 in the morning. So I went to the first class, and it was way over my head. The guy's talking about computers. So the next morning when I woke up for class, Sleepy Carl just wasn't having it. He was like, why would you go talk about computers when you could stay here and go skiing and your skis will be French toast sticks? I was like, that is the best thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I'm giving you a 401k. So I never went to class until the class before the final to find out what would be on the final. And I should have been 2 minutes early and it's You guys got it a little faster than I did. The reality of the situation kind of came to me in waves. I was like, we took the final? Oh no! And I sprinted out of the class to the computer science department, and there was my professor, and I said, hello, because I didn't know his name. I'm in your class, I misunderstood the syllabus, and I missed the final. He didn't even look at me. He just looked at the floor and he goes, you get the worst grade. I didn't even know what that meant. So I tried to clarify. I was like, so I get a 0? He was like, you get the grade for the person who did the worst in the test. That's great news. Because that's what I would have gotten if I had taken the test. Well, it turns out the person who did the worst on the test passed the test. So I passed the test. And I passed
proud to be an American. And so is our president. He is. He's very happy about it. He's the first president we've elected on the curve.
This next song doesn't go something like this. It goes exactly like this. Eddie was a friend of mine. He was killed playing checkers. You know that term, king me? The other guy wasn't sure what he said. Phil was a friend of mine. He was killed walking into a walk-in closet. He was walking way too fast and way too far. Dennis was a friend of mine. He was killed breaking a wishbone. Nobody knows if it's an accident or suicide. They don't know what he's wishing for. Bob was a friend of mine. Nothing happened to him. Warren was a friend of mine. He used to play the guitar down in the subway. Then one day he decided to go electric and he plugged into the third rail and he died. Like my daddy used to say, if worse comes to worse, we're screwed. He told me to think of the sunset from the sun's point of view. He told me I was born 8.5 months premature. Paul was a friend of mine. He was killed playing tag. Wasn't really tag, it was cool. Yeah, the Grand Canyon. When I was a little kid, I had a pet possum. And he would never, ever, ever play dead. It pissed me off so much that I killed him. You think that maybe I'm crazy. On a scale of 1 to 10, 6 being the highest. Like my daddy said, my guardian angel must be an alcoholic. He told me that wind chimes were for stupid people, so didn't know when there's a breeze. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And with the widest selection of used cars under $20,000, you're bound to find a car that will put a smile on your face. Carvana gives you control by letting you customize your down and monthly payments. You can browse tens of thousands of cars online to find one within your budget, and you won't get surprised if they know the speed. Visit Carvana.com or download the app to shop for a vehicle. Carvana, we'll drive you happy.
No signal? No problem. With Premium, you can open up a new world of listening possibilities. Download and play what you want to hear wherever you go offline. And with ad-free music listening, it's easier to stay in the zone without audio interruptions. Get 1 month of Premium free. Hit the banner to learn more.
I went to community college for 1 year. Dude, yeah, a couple of us, just me and this guy. Did you go for longer than a year? Or 1 year too? Or did you go to real college? Couple years. Valedictorian over here, gee. Yes. I made it 1, and what's even more embarrassing that I do not have a credit. Literally, I have 0 credits. Do you have credits? You got credits, like all of them? Did you graduate community college? You think you're better than me? No, I just started the tag. He's like, I don't know. It's easy, I think, to graduate. Like, my loan was $40. I just paid cash. That's all. I was like, this is good. He was like, that's more than enough. I was all remedial classes, which remedial, it's like, they don't count. None of them count. So all my classes were outside. Everyone was outside. We wouldn't even meet inside the building. We would just meet at a picnic table outside because our teacher was like, well, you guys will all be working outside. We're going to teach you about weather, and like we're going to teach you about morning dew, how to get your socks wet. You'll be getting up pretty early the rest of your life. I hope you guys like sunrises because you're going to see a lot of them. That's what remedial classes are for. They're a heads up that you're going to do manual labor. The assignments, our teachers are like, all right, so today's assignment is we're going to help me move. So I think that's the requirements for community college. It's like you gotta have a car and like live in your parents' house still. Like, all your kids move out of your house. Like that's the other thing. Like kids, like it's just remedial too. It's like I'm just with old people that are like, I don't know. They're like you're mad at them because they're asking all these questions. You're like, quit asking questions, all right? I'm trying to do what you did when you were 18. So don't come ruin it for me.
I actually saw a dog licking his own genitals, and I was like, wow, if I could do that, that'd be gross. Me licking a dog's genitals? Ew. Ew, ew, ew. But there are people who think that that's next. Bestiality after gay marriage, which I don't think they've thought it through entirely like I have. Because imagine a gay man who's finally won the right to be with a gay man. He's like, what's next? Female chimp? I don't think so. Maybe male chimp. Maybe gay bestiality follows gay marriage, but that means straight bestiality follows straight marriage. It's marriage that leads to bestiality. So if you want to get rid of bestiality, you have to get rid of marriage, which also gets rid of divorce, premarital sex, adultery. You kill 4 birds with 1 stone. Which is way better than killing thousands of birds by throwing rice at weddings, see? Plus, you can take all those birds you're not killing, you can have sex with them and not marry them. No illegitimate children, no teen pregnancy, and even if there was miraculously an offspring of a human and a bird, what's it gonna be? Probably an angel. Why would you fight that, religious people, is all I'm saying. Sure, don't have sex with a goat, that'll produce the devil. That's what I'm saying. If you're gonna bang a goat, pull out, please. Or just oral with goats. But once you go bird, word. That's all.
It's crazy, though. I can't even watch them. I'm not very political. I always thought, whether you like him or not, seems like a nice guy. But at this point, it's kind of like when your dad decides he's going to build a deck. But he doesn't know how to build a deck. And you're like, well, we love him or whatever. Give him the benefit of the doubt. But then 4 years later, there's like this atrocity of duct tape and 2x4s hanging off the back of the house. And he's like, I'm just finishing up the deck. And you're like, that doesn't look a lot like a deck, Dad. And he's like, deck accomplished. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure deck is accomplished, Dad. Because the wood has split into 3 sections. He's not good at his job or whatever. Like the president, like it doesn't matter what party you're in. It's just like he's just not good at it. Or he's like if the it's like if you had a boss and everyone's just like, I don't know if you should do this anymore. And people don't like him. Some people say that someone's gonna kill him, and I was like, well, I don't think that someone should kill him. You couldn't shoot the president, and I'll tell you why. Because if you did, he wouldn't admit that it happened. He'd be like, you probably thought you shot me.
Shoot me once, shame on you. Shoot me twice, you can't shoot. You know, that's what he does when he doesn't understand stuff. He just goes, everyone's like, he gets it, but he doesn't, and that's why we're all gonna die. I know, it's disturbing, but well, the thing that actually upsets me most about this group of people in charge is that they say if you don't support the war, you don't support the troops. And it's just a lie. It's just not true. Because I love the troops. Because, yeah, of course, they're the best asset we have. And if they weren't the troops, I would be the troops. And I would be the worst troops. I'd be like, you expect me to carry a gun this heavy and run away screaming? That literally happened. I did a USO tour a few years ago, and they handed me one of their guns, and I fell onto the ground. A few years ago, I performed for the troops and signed autographs for people who had been gone from America so long they didn't realize that I'm not famous. And it's very awkward because they'd be like, "Where do I know you from?" And I was like, "Are you from Shrewsbury?" Because I was backup right field for Economy Paint Supply. I don't know if that rings a bell.
Those are my thoughts. I hope I've crystallized them for you.
Mobile phone companies say they offer home internet. But if their internet comes from a cell phone network, you should know. It's just phone internet, not home internet. Keep your home up to speed with Cox. Cox internet is faster and has more reliable download speeds than 5G home internet. Cox is the real home internet you're looking for. Based on Cox analysis of Ookla speed test intelligence data, Q3 2022, and Cox serviceable areas. Visit cox.com/internet for details.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And it's safe to say getting paid on the spot can make people pretty happy. Yep, Carvana will give you a real offer on your car in minutes. Then Carvana will pick it up and pay you on the spot. Carvana has purchased over 1 million cars from happy customers. Visit Carvana.com, download the app to get a real offer on your vehicle in minutes. Carvana will drive you happy.
You're constantly evolving, just like your one-of-a-kind playlists. With Spotify Premium, it's easier than ever to play what you love and expand your library offline. Just download your favorite tunes and take off on your next adventure. Get 1 month of Spotify Premium free. Tap the banner to learn more.
I mean, my parents was. I can't even understand them. They talk so fast, you know? Dita manito, de seta manito, de cuota manito, de seta manito, de cuota manito, de seta manito. Oye, teléfono. ¿Con la cortina? Sí. Oh, cochino puto, seta manito, de cuota manito, de... I think I do every Telemundo soap opera. You guys see the soap operas. The women are very beautiful and they never cry. It's always the men who cry. You got that Telemundo. Maria. Maria? Oh, ay, ay, ay. Oh, ay, ay, ay. Maria? Fernando, mi amigo. Mr. Cucci Cucci. Juanito, cállate. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué, María? Oh, Juanito. Ay, ay, ay. Fernando. Oh, grande. ¿Y tú, Chaquito? Ay, ay.
I'm not looking for the one, because I'm looking for one of the ones, because I don't think there is a one. There's a lot of people for there just to be one. One? I got one? There's 6 billion people. What if my one lives in Bangladesh and doesn't have the internet? I gotta sleep alone because my one has no 4G? That's not fair. You gotta find one of the ones. That's a lot less pressure. There's a lot of ones. You find one of them. That way you're here tonight, you got a woman. Oh, you're one of them. She starts acting up and you're like, there's other ones. That's good. That's good. You're not the only one. Or the last one. The problem is the system's flawed. You pick the one that you spend the rest of your life with in the middle of your life. Before you've seen the full selection. You haven't perused the rack enough to pick your favorite. That'd be like going to a restaurant, you order food and they set down the food and also a menu of a bunch of better things they didn't tell you they had. You're like, oh, no. That is, oh, no. You're like, I gotta eat this forever now? And they're like, just for the first few years. That was an interesting reaction. Oh, we get it. No, we didn't get it. We thought we did. You tricked us. Sex is important. I like sex. Everybody does. You get in fights about it. Sex in your relationship. I was with a girl one time. We had sex once for a month, and I told her, "Can you believe we had sex one time all month? One time all month, not a lot." She goes, "I didn't know you were gonna keep track." Oops. It was one. I don't. Did you think I did that on purpose? I kept track of none, and then I added that time that we did it. What'd you get? What'd you get? Was there a dot in your number? Did you get pi? Did you prorate it because it was February?
One thing that my parents and I have in common is that we're all addicted to cable news. Because they they treat every story with the same level of importance, and there's like laser sound effects. It'll be like, achoo! Are your kids having sex at the mall? I don't even have kids. I'm like, are they? I gotta make sure they're not having sex at the mall. Like fun are they having sex at the mall? And then it'll be like, pachoo! Insurgents blow up truck. I'm like, wow, really puts the mall sex in perspective. That is much worse than mall sex. A lot of people get down on Fox News, but it's like, you know, I feel like at least with Fox News, you know it's not true. It's like watching a murder mystery. You're like, so if that didn't happen and that didn't happen, then what did happen?
I think the funnest thing to do, though, when it comes to other people, go to Chinese restaurants. Chinese restaurants are the funnest places to go to. Because the food's good, and not only that, they're really nice to you, but pissed off at the help. You ever notice that when you walk in there? Every Chinese restaurant, they want to get your respect real bad, so they chew out, you walk in there, it's like, oh, welcome to Hunan. Welcome to Hunan, yeah. One moment. No, sit down, please. One moment. I kill him. Enjoy. They got the Asian channel here, don't they? They got the Asian channel. Telemundo, an Asian channel. That's great.
I saw this documentary recently on whales. This guy has dedicated his life to telling you what the whales are saying. I don't know how you'd argue with him when he turns in his report. He just throws it down there. Well, here's what the whales are saying. Okay, thanks, Charlie. Looking back. Here's what the whales are saying. Yeah, Charlie figured it out. They show how he does it. He's out on a ship. He's got a pencil. And he deciphers the whale noises as he hears them. You know, those are like...
I was at a casino, I was minding my own business. This guy came up and said, "You're gonna have to move, you're blocking the fire exit." So if there was a fire, I wasn't gonna run. If you're flammable and have legs, you are never blocking a fire exit. And you can write that down and put a dash in front of it and put my name at the bottom. A dash. Dash, that's all I want to be doing, dash. I type 101 words a minute, but it's in my own language. I had the AIDS test 4 times. The AIDS test is very scary to get. It doesn't matter what you've been doing, waiting for the results. It's frightening. So I don't get the regular AIDS test anymore. I get the route of the bout. Oh, my friend Brian. Say, Brian, you know anybody who has AIDS? No? Who? Because you know me. I was on a bus and it was the middle of the night. I had a box of crackers and a can of Easy Cheese. But it was the middle of the night, so I could not see. I could not see how much Easy Cheese I was applying to each cracker. So each bite into the cracker was a surprise as to how much Easy Cheese I had applied. Which makes them believe they should have a glow-in-the-dark version of Easy Cheese. It's not like the product has any integrity to begin with. If you buy a room temperature cheese that you squeeze out of a can, you probably won't get mad because it glows in the dark too. Tape recorder just suddenly leaving in the name of freedom. Some songs have a special meaning to a man in regards to a special woman, but this can backfire because maybe the song had deeper meaning to begin with, but now it's been cheapened. We are the world, we are the children, we are the ones that make a better life, so let's keep on giving. Remember that song, baby? Didn't I fuck you in the pet cemetery? That's our song.
Cox Internet is faster and has more reliable download speeds than 5G home internet. It's the real home internet you're looking for. Based on Cox analysis of Ookla speed test intelligence data, Q3 2022, and Cox serviceable areas. Learn more at cox.com/internet.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy, and it's safe to say getting paid on the spot can make people pretty happy. Yep, Carvana will give you a real offer on your car in minutes. Then Carvana will pick it up and pay you on the spot. Carvana purchased over 1 million cars for happy customers. Visit Carvana.com. Download the app to get a real offer on your vehicle. Carvana will drive you happy.
At Kroger, shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. It's one small click for groceries, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your cart today at Kroger.com. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Save more and earn rewards too. Use your digital coupons up to 5 times, plus earn double gaming rewards points on participating items. Restrictions apply.
I think I was supposed to do this anyway. My dad is a magician, like still is a magician. He started as a clown though. Look, I'm not trying to come up here and act like I come from some rich magic family. I'm better than you guys, all right? That's not what it's about. It's not why we're here. He paid his dues. He paid his clown dues. It's weird when your dad's a clown. Yeah, it's weird every day. For one, I never liked clowns. That's a thing. Like, have you ever been yelled at by a clown? I have. Yeah. Do you know how confusing that is? Screamed at by a guy with a smile painted on his face, and you're just looking like, is this good or it's not? I don't understand. I remember I had to go to the hospital when I was like 8, and I was at home with my mom. We were by herself. So she calls an ambulance, and my dad is doing a show at a mall as a clown. So then she just has to call the mall. It's like, go tell the clown to go to the hospital. So we go in the ambulance. My dad beat us there because he was closer. And I remember pulling up, and they wouldn't let us out of the ambulance. And we're like, why can't we get out? And they're like, well, apparently there's a pretty aggressive clown outside. So we're dealing with that. And then they're like, no, we know him. And that just meant they looked at us like, are y'all trying to rob the hospital or something? He was a clown, so I was about 12 years old. And from experience, I can tell you that's about as long as you want your dad to be a clown. When you're 6 and 7, there's some perks, absolutely, guys. When 12, 13, like kids at school are like, is he still doing that? And you're like, I don't know, guys, just off and on, all right? Yeah. What do you want? He's almost full-time magic, so. We're hoping some stuff works out.
That's my brother Joe. My brother Joe is here tonight with us, my brother, and he's my older brother. I always followed in his footsteps. He wore overalls, I wore overalls. He lit off fireworks in the attic. I was hit by the fireworks, rushed to the hospital, and when I was 14, he got me my first job as a busboy at a restaurant, and it was really exciting, but I was so young, and I worked for these like tough Boston cooks, you know, I'm from Boston. And, so they really didn't like look at me or talk to me, but then one day one of the guys was like giving me a blank stare, and he goes, "How'd you get this job anyway?" I was like, "Oh, my brother Joe worked here." It was a nice little Joey Bag of Donuts. Well, brothers, Joey Bag of Donuts. We love Joey Bag of Donuts. Joey Bag of Donuts? And he was like, no. That was this other guy. That guy was awesome. So for the rest of the summer, I had to live the lie that my brother was Joey Bag of Donuts. They'd be like, seriously, how much can Joe Bags drink? I was like, so much. But I had this fear in my pit of my stomach that one day the real Joe Bags would walk in the door and they'd be like, Joe Bags, we've been hanging out with your brother. And he'd be like, that fag's not my brother. And then Joe Bags, so I call him Joe Bags now, just in case, you know, just as a precaution. Joe Bags.
Someone says I look like one of those little puss kids you see on the Mentos commercials. You see those commercials suck so bad, you know? I mean, you see the candies at the 7-Eleven go, ew. Commercials always have a happy ending, you know? Could be a guy robbing a bank or something. Always have a happy ending. It doesn't matter what comes, fresh is better with life. With Mentos Fresh is cool of life. Nothing gets to you like Mentos Fresh being cool. Choose the floor. Mentos.
Weird things about it. I've never understood log trucks. Sometimes you'll be out on the highway, you'll see two big giant trucks, each loaded up with logs, and they pass each other on the highway. And if they need logs over there, you think a phone call will save a whole lot of trouble. You had logs?
And you think the closer you get to a woman, the safer you'll be, and you're wrong. You're in more danger. Because you're being manipulated in ways you don't even know. Think about it. Every guy who's married is fatter than when he started. Every one. You think that's a coincidence? You think men are just so overjoyed with matrimony that they're just walking around with chocolate sundaes? Wow! My life turned out so much better than I thought it would. No. The common denominator is that you're married to a woman. And when you marry a woman, you think she's gonna love you and care for you and cherish you, and you're wrong. Her first instinct is to keep you. She's a nester. The woman is a nester. She makes the nest, builds the nest, wants everyone in that nest all the time. And guys are always trying to leave the nest. Always, just to look for worms or do loop-de-loops. Sometimes check out another nest. Who's in that nest? I'm just looking. And women are aware of this, and they want to prevent it from happening by feeding you all the time. Essentially making you too fat to fly. So if you ever try and leave, you land on the ground and waddle in circles like a fat duck. And then all the pretty birds look down. Oh, he's funny. I never have sex with him, but he's hilarious.
I tried the Subway diet because I'm on the road 35, 40 weeks a year, and there's a Subway everywhere. Subway's pretty good, but that Jared guy, he went every day for a year. And stalking a girl behind the counter, I tried it. I went every day for a month. Every day, I went to Subway. After about 2 weeks, God! I wonder what I'm gonna have for lunch today! Jeez! I'd be doing this in line. You jumped down, all right! After a month, I lost weight. I also lost my will to live. I burnt out on Subway. I'd still go to Subway. If I was starving in the desert and I saw a Subway, I'd go, wow. Let's walk a little further and we can come back if we have to.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And it's safe to say, getting paid on the spot can make people pretty happy. Yep, Carvana will give you a real offer on your car in minutes. Then, Carvana will pick it up and pay you on the spot. Carvana has purchased over 1 million cars from happy customers. Visit Carvana.com or download the app to get a real offer on your vehicle in minutes. Carvana will drive you happy.
Get windows worthy of a presidential suite without inflating your budget. Transform any room with new window treatments from Blinds.com. Shop huge discounts on blinds, shades, shutters, and more. Need help with the install? Just click Installation at checkout and we'll handle it for you. As always, rest easy with Blinds.com's 100% satisfaction guarantee. Shop Blinds.com's President's Day sale now for up to 45% off everything, plus doorbusters. Save up to 45% at Blinds.com. Rules and restrictions may apply.
I don't know a lot. I really don't. It's making it this far has been great. And I don't believe in science, you know? That's just, I don't understand it, so it's easier not to believe in it as a whole. That gets you out of a lot of arguments. If you're just like, I don't believe in science, you're like, all right, do you need help? Scientists could be making stuff up. That's a great job to have if you want to make stuff up. Because no one can challenge you, you know? No one can say anything. Like, they don't even get in trouble if they mess up. Like, the Earth was 2 billion years old, and they're like, now it's 4 billion years old. It's like, all right, like, how many people got fired after that? And they're like, nobody. You're like, really? Y'all just nothing? Because y'all were way off. I read beetles are 320 million years old. It's like, are they? Or you just know that I don't know how to figure that out. Because you could be doing that, you know? Like, I feel like that's your first job as a scientist. Like, when you go, they would just probably do the Beatles thing. They're just like, go see how old Beatles are. Like, when you're a new scientist, and then you don't think those guys are like back there, like, just write 320 million. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, who's even going to check, you know? It's like, no one's going to question us. We can change it at any point. Pluto, Pluto's not a planet. Or it might be a planet. I don't know. They change it every 5 seconds. The last I heard, it's not. And that's like crazy. That's when I would left science. When I was like, I'm out. You can't do that. You can't jam Pluto down my throat my whole life. And then the second I get out of school, you're like, we were just kidding about Pluto. It affected me. In elementary school, I got a C- on a test because I forgot to put Pluto. And turns out I should have got above an A. That's what I should have got. Yeah. I should have been asked to teach the class. I should have immediately taught that class. And be like, Nate's apparently the best. I never believed in Pluto, you know? I said it's too far. That's what I told people. You know, you guys will see.
It's been great fun, you guys. I'm glad you guys came. I really appreciate people coming out when they come here. It's really nice when I do a show and people come on purpose. Really good feeling. I'll be out there. Come by and say hello. I'll be at 9:30 o'clock. I have a CD available, and I hope that one of you will buy it, and the rest of you have a computer. Also, I write something online. It's a little travelogue I write. It's called My Secret Public Journal, and you can subscribe to it online. It's a fun read. And, it's on my website. Just type in MikeBirbiglia.com. Good luck with that. Thanks for coming to my show and listening to me talk about panda bears and brown bears and puffins. I hope you learned some important life lessons like porn destroys lives and what I should have said was nothing. I hope you brought your cameras and you'll go home and poop the pictures. You'll tell your friends about the show and you'll say, have you seen this guy Birbigglebug? And they'll say, no, but I heard about him. I want you to tell all your cracker-ass white bread honkies and black bean soups and Asian chicken platters that you're dying inside because it's 2005, mofo. I think Abraham Lincoln said that. Thanks a lot watching DC. I really appreciate it. It's really nice of you.
One more time for Mike Birbiglia, everybody.
Second, you hop back on. Oh, thought that was the second floor. Looks just like the second floor. Same wallpaper, plant, and everything. Everything's the same, except for that big number 5. You look at it quick, it's like a 2, and I was looking at it quick, you know? Looking at it too quick, probably. That weird face people make to each other when they're waiting for an elevator, and then other people walk up. Everybody looks at each other and does this with the face. Just throwing the eyebrows up there. There you go. It's like, I see ya, but I ain't got nothing to say to you. That's about all the greeting I can muster for you right now. Hey, welcome to the area. Talking to somebody who's smoking, they don't want to blow the smoke at you. But you're talking with them, so they don't want to be rude and look away, so they pull like that weird rubber face move, you know? They suck it in. I'm listening. And then the lips start moving over and over. What are you, Popeye? What the hell was that? Smoke just came out of the back of your head. You're a volcano!
Seen the movie Final Destination? If you haven't, great choice. But here's enough information to make this hilarious for everybody. The movie's about a boy who gets on a plane, the plane takes off, explodes, everybody dies, but then the boy wakes up before that happened. It was a vision of the future. He's now on the plane before it's taken off. He's like, we gotta get out of here, this is gonna blow! So they go off the plane, because that's what happened. You make a scene like that in real life, so far, realistic movie. So, He's off the plane. It does take off. It does explode just like he saw in his vision. He's cheated death. Death then haunts him and follows him for the rest of the movie, which is what happens if you cheat death in a crappy movie. So, I get to the end of this hour and a half of my life. I'm like, what a crap fest. And I wake up in the theater before it started. I'm like, we gotta get out of here. This is gonna blow. I leave and it haunts me the rest of my life. Every time I get in a plane, they're like, today's movie is Final Destination. I leave, the plane explodes, also the theater exploded. I gotta stop bringing bombs everywhere I go, I guess. Sorry to spoil that book, but last time I was on a plane, they showed the movie Marley and Me, and the surprise twist is I watched it. I won't spoil too much by telling you who Me is, but go see it for yourself.
Mobile phone companies say they offer home internet. But if their internet comes from a cell phone network, you should know. It's just phone internet, not home internet. Keep your home up to speed with Cox. Cox internet is faster and has more reliable download speeds than 5G home internet. Cox is the real home internet you're looking for. Based on Cox analysis of Ookla speed test intelligence data, Q3 2022, and Cox serviceable areas. Visit cox.com/internet for details.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And with the widest selection of used cars under $20,000, you're bound to find a car that'll put a smile on your face. Carvana gives you control by letting you customize your down and monthly payments. You can browse tens of thousands of cars online to find one within your budget, and you won't get surprised with any bogus fees. Visit Carvana.com or download the app to shop for a vehicle. Carvana, we'll drive you happy. Availability may vary by market.
With Instacart, you can get groceries and more delivered from over 1,000 stores and 75,000 locations. So whether you need a massive haul from a wholesale club, everyday essentials from your go-to supermarket, or specialty items from your favorite local grocer, you can get whatever you need delivered in as fast as an hour. You can even shop for pet supplies, electronics, and sporting goods in just a few clicks. Visit instacart.com to get free delivery on your first order. Offer valid for a limited time. Minimum order $10. Additional terms apply.
I got a real solution for the stupidity that we have in this country, and they'll never let me do it. They will never let me do it. It will come from the last place we would expect. Television. You know that show where you're smarter than a fifth grader? Do you know that show? I call it by its real name, To Catch a Predator. Here's what we do. We combine the two shows and have Is a Predator Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Or To Catch a Fifth Grader, whatever, semantics. The point is, you take a predator and you take a fifth grader. You ask them both a series of geography questions. And if the predator gets more right, he gets to keep the kid. And I know it's terrible, but every kid who sees it's gonna study. It'd be brilliant just memorizing state capitals, like, don't put me in the van, don't put me in the van! Helena, Montana, don't put me in the van!
I was a kid once. My dad, when I was 12 years old, told me he wasn't ready to be a dad when I was born. He goes, I just want you to know when you came along, I wasn't ready to be a dad. You probably shouldn't say that to your kid. You should never say that to your fourth kid, which is what I am. I swear to God. He said he wasn't ready to be a dad to his fourth child. You're not allowed. We gave you 3 warm-up babies before I even stepped on. I was raised by my mom most of the time. We didn't have a lot of money. I grew up with yard sale clothes, and I lived in a small town, so I took some heat, man. You live in a big city, you wear yard sale clothes, people make fun of you. Be like, oh, yard sale clothes, poor, or whatever they would say. You live in a small city, and they're like, that's Mike's shirt. Mike's like, that is my shirt. My mom's a sweetheart. She's a sweet lady. Except I got this phone call. She called me one time, and as soon as I answered the phone, she goes, how long does cocaine stay in your hair? Okay. I think you're doing it wrong. I think you're doing it. Jesus, Scarface, what? I thought you went to church. She doesn't do it. It was a weird question. She told me I gotta go see my grandma. She goes, you have to go see your grandma. You know she's not gonna be around very much longer. Does grandma know that's how you drum up visitors? I come over, she's like, well, what brought you here? Clock's a ticking, Nana. I just came over to pick out some stuff I like. You all right with that?
I fall for a lot of stuff. I really do. Like, I worry about, catfish, like getting catfish. You know that? That's another MTV show. I like what MTV's doing right now. And if you get tricked on the internet is what being catfished is. And the big famous story was Manti Te'o, the football player that believed in the fake girlfriend. And when I saw that, I was like, I get it. I would fall for that. I knew I would. I mean, I'm 35. I still do not sleep with socks on because my dad told me my feet can't breathe when I was a kid. I still believe that. So you bet I could talk to a fake woman for quite a while. A long time. I almost joined the Army when I was 18 just because they called. That was the only reason. I thought I got picked. I was like, oh, wow, this is an honor. Like, I also signed up for a JCPenney credit card at 18 because they called and I was like, man, this day is getting crazier and crazier. I would love it. I would love a credit card. I just got called for the Army. I'll go get some stuff. My mom had to go get me out of all of that. My mom had to call the Army and JCPenney in the same day. She was like, he's not doing any of this. He got to the phone quicker than he usually does, so. Just so you know, the JCPenney credit card was the tougher to get out of. If you want to know it all. I'm pretty dumb. I tell people I'm dumb. I'm like, hey, I'm dumb. But no one goes like, okay. They're just always like, I bet you're not dumb. And you're like, well, I'm trying to help you out here. We're about to have a conversation, so I'm just trying to give you a heads up. Here's a story. I can prove it. If I need it, I prove it. Like, everybody's like, no, we don't need proof. Here's my proof. Is when I was 15, my first job was in Nashville. It was at Opryland Theme Park. We used to have an amusement park. And I was working, and I'm sitting eating lunch, and this couple sits down, and we start talking and stuff. I was like, I'm Nate. And the guy's like, I'm John. This is my wife, Jane. And their last name was Doe. So it was John and Jane Doe. And I was just like, that's the craziest thing. Like, what are the odds of that, Like, that's so crazy. Couldn't believe it. Cut to earlier this year. I'm 35, I'm driving, and I'm thinking about John and Jane Doe. And, I was like, I bet they were lying to me about that. That's how long it took, 20 years. For me to catch on to a joke they wouldn't remember saying. I don't think they would remember it. They'd be like, maybe we did that? Well, it worked. It worked so good. I tried to Google them, because I was like, maybe they're not lying, I'll find them and go talk to them. But I'm sad to report they were murdered. Yeah, it's not good,
I lived in New York City for a while before I came out here. My apartment was really small in New York. I had a goldfish and I had to keep him in a shot glass. No, it's okay, a little pebble in there for scenery, so. He liked that. He was like, yeah, this is just like the ocean. I like to watch when he tried to turn around there. Filtering system, I take a straw. It's like a jacuzzi room. Oh, yeah. I think people are unfair to their pets, Like putting a pet bird in a cage. That's pretty nice, huh? Get in there, Clank, shut up. I'll be making the decisions. I just wonder what a bird's thinking standing in a cage. Hey, thank you. Hey, I've been blessed with the gift of flight. Appreciate the environment. I know how to fly. I'm standing on a stick. Hey, I've already read these newspapers. In fact, I've whited out some typos. I don't know what animals think. You know? You ever knock over an ant pile? Isn't it amazing that they all start rebuilding it that second? They're all running around. You'd think there'd be just a minute, where they'd all get upset. And you just knock it over. Oh, man! I don't believe it! Look at this! Even if most of them started working, there'd be a few hanging off to the side going, I ain't doing that again. Standing right there, just gonna knock it over again.
My parents are at a level with technology that is unbelievable. I mean, I was driving with my mom when I was home, and she was on the speakerphone on her car, and she was leaving a message for someone. And she said, "We can't come to your dinner party because Michael's home and we promised we'd take him out for pizza." And then she pressed what she thought was the end button on the phone, and she looked over and goes, "I just made that up." And then I pressed the end button on the phone, and the moral of the story is, if you're not good with technology, don't be cocky about it. I think we've reached this point in civilization where there's too much technology and a shortage of people who know how to use that technology responsibly. I mean, no one reads the manuals anymore. No one even reads the bullet points they give you because you're not going to read the manuals. People just get the phones. They're like, I got a phone. I'm going for a jog, I was in a movie theater recently. The guy next to me answered his phone during the movie, and he answered it by saying, and I quote, he said, "Who dis?" So not only was he willing to talk to someone during the movie, he was willing to talk to anyone during the movie. These cell phone companies creep me out, man, because they all hook you into a plan. And it's not like if you don't go according to plan, they're cool with it. It's always like 500 anytime minutes for $60. And if you go over that, we shoot you in the dick. Oh my God, not the dick shooting plan. Please. This is degrading. I am at the mall, And they can do that because there's only like 3 companies, There's no like mom and pop cell phone company like Jack and Irma's Magic Phones, I like Jack and Irma because they're old and they know phones, One day I couldn't pay my bill and Jack said, "Can you babysit on Tuesday?"
Like there was a dude in California, Santa Rosa, California, crossing the street, wasn't paying attention, text messaging, wasn't paying attention, crossing the street, hit by a car. I heard that story, I thought it was fun. Then I found out he died. Thought it was hilarious because the person on the other end of the text message was pissed off he wasn't responding, right? It had to go down that way. Just spends the whole day angry going, "Where are you?" It's like, "I'm dead." LOL. How'd the driver not see him? I wanted to know that. He's text messaging in the dark. It's easy to see when you text message in the dark. Your face turns blue. I know that because I'm a stand-up comedian. I see some of you assholes do it all the time. You sit there during shows like you're not distracting everyone around you. Like we can't notice. Your face looks like you're getting beamed up. Like, I'm not gonna. Your whole face is blue. Oh, there's a Smurf in the crowd. Like, no. I know what the fuck is happening. Put your damn phone away and live your life for an hour. That got me thinking. Maybe the driver did see him. We've all been tempted. Driver probably didn't mean to hit him. Probably tried to swerve or honk or Send him a quick little text message before. Worst part of the story? Want to hear the worst part? The entire Verizon network just stood there and watched it happen. How bad is that? Dude in the glasses just standing over the body, taunting him, going, "No, you can't hear anything now." Yeah, this is a dead zone. Check it out, dude. Now your hand's free.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And it's safe to say, getting paid on the spot can make people pretty happy. Yep, Carvana will give you a real offer on your car in minutes. Then, Carvana will pick it up and pay you on the spot. Carvana has purchased over 1 million cars from happy customers. Visit Carvana.com or download the app to get a real offer on your vehicle in minutes. Carvana will drive you happy.
90s Smash Hits on Spotify, featuring TLC. Backstreet Boys. Destiny's Child and all your favorite throwbacks. This playlist has everything a 90s kid could want. Listen on Spotify.
My family's pretty great. We got a great. I won't watch my nephews. That's one thing I won't do. My sister asked me to babysit them. I love them, but I'm not gonna. I don't know what about you having a baby makes me qualified to care for a baby. You know what I mean? I didn't take a class or read a pamphlet. You got to train for 2 weeks to be a busboy at a Golden Corral. You just handed me your baby? You're a bad mom already. The only thing I know about them is don't shake them or feed them chocolate. And I think that second one's for dogs. I mean, probably is. I know you're not supposed to throw a baby into a ceiling. They don't tell you that. You find out because you accidentally threw a baby into a ceiling one time. That's what happened to me. I wasn't on purpose. I wasn't like, but I can hit that. And what happened was I was throwing him up in the air and I was catching him. You know, you throw babies up in the air and you catch them because they love it. And I just say babies because that's the only people I've witnessed enjoying it. I'm 27, $1.80. I'd probably like it myself. If we got some good air, heck yeah. So I'm throwing this baby up in the air and catching him, and he's loving it. It's the best day of his life. He's being thrown up in the air and caught. He's having a time of his life. And I walk from the kitchen to the hallway. I went from a 14-foot ceiling to a 7-foot ceiling. Yeah. But I threw him at a 14-foot rate of speed. So as soon as I let him go, I knew I had done something wrong. You know what I mean? It was like, what, you're back before your scheduled arrival? How did that happen? And if you've never heard what it sounds like when a baby hits a ceiling, you're a better person than I am. It's a dull noise. I can't get it out of my head. We probably hit a floor joist or a stud or something. I don't know what happened. I don't know what long-term effects. He's probably 2 inches shorter, can't see red, or taste pepperoni. Just something, no, what's this colorless disc? He started crying and I was upset. I was upset because I hurt him and I like him as a person. And I was like, listen, baby, that's on me. I'm sorry. And then I put him down and I walked away before any adult saw what happened. I'm like, I'm not going down for this, baby. I mean, we can't take it back. It's happened. And it's up to you to live with it. Grow from this. You know what I mean? I wouldn't have said what happened if he had actually stuck in the ceiling, just dangling there with his baby head jammed in between sheetrock and insulation. I'd have been like, he can jump. He can jump. He's like a baby Jordan. Not Harold Miner, but like a baby version of a Michael Jordan. We need heavier baby shoes is what we need.
I went to high school in London because we moved around a lot because my father thought he was in the military. And we came back to Massachusetts, where I lived and went to school in Massachusetts, but in the summers I worked in Toronto in a planetarium. 9 of us worked there. We had our own softball team. We would play other planetariums in the area. When no one was inside the planetarium, we would practice inside the planetarium, and I played second base, so I stood right under Saturn, the shortstop stood on the Jupiter, and the third baseman stood under Mars. One time we tried this same setup outside, but everybody was just way too far away from each other. I was just standing in the middle of Utah like this. In high school, I went out with two different girls. One was like the girl next door, if you live next door to a whorehouse. The other one was an angel on earth. She had little bumps on her back where her wings used to be. Apparently, at one point, she also had wings on the front. I went to take her out. Her father said, I want her home by 8:15. I said, the middle of August? That's cool. It was the first time I was ever in love, and I learned a lot. Before that, I never even thought about killing myself. Sometimes at night, we would go over to the planetarium and lay down on the roof and look up at the stars. It was like being in a galaxy sandwich. I'd bring my harmonica and I had a pair of glasses. I painted lines across the lenses so when I looked at the sky, the stars would become notes on the lines and I would play the sky. One time a shooting star went by, I almost broke my neck. I said, Lucinda, will you always love me? She said, I doubt it, I don't even love you now.
I like Mexican women. Mexican women rock. That's right. That's right. Not because I'm Latino, but if you get in a fight or something, they'll jump in and help you out, you know? You need that protection. They get right in there. Oh, my ex-girlfriend was the best, man. Oh. She'd back me up if some guy would come to the party, you know, looking to kick my ass, you know. Is Pablo here? Looking for... So you know Pablo? Is Pablo here?
Yo, what's going on? He's my boyfriend, what's up?
Yeah, you better tell him, man. If I see him, I want to kick his ass.
Hey, don't talk to me like you know me. You come to my party looking for Pablo, guess what? I say I'll kick your ass.
You always got that friend who wants to get involved, you know?
Rosa, what's going on? Is this guy over here, Bonnie? No, he's talking to me. Like he knows me. Stupid.
You ever see two Mexican women fight? That is better than Caesar's Palace right there, man. They'll see another girl in the mall, that's when it gets really nasty. Like a big cat fight, you know?
Hey, Cristina Lopez. She don't even know me, huh? Cristina, remember me? You're talking a lot of crap back in 3rd grade. I remember. You were too? You don't even know me, huh? You don't remember? I do. Come, no, let go of me, Pablo. Come on, let's go. I don't care who's watching. Come on, You're still alive. You want some more, Pablo? Hold my baby. Come on, let's go. Carry a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Stupid! Kick your ass!
They should put them in that video game, Mortal Kombat. Wouldn't that be cool? Sub-Zero.
Chicana.
They'd be fighting. You hit the joystick, a little can of hairspray comes out. Finish him.
Come here! Stupid!
They're the only women who don't need mace, you know that? No.
Mobile phone companies say they offer home internet. But if their internet comes from a cell phone network, you should know. It's just phone internet, not home internet. Keep your home up to speed with Cox. Cox internet is faster and has more reliable download speeds than 5G home internet. Cox is the real home internet you're looking for. Based on Cox analysis of Ookla speed test intelligence data Q3 2022 and Cox serviceable areas, visit cox.com/internet for details.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And with the widest selection of used cars under $20,000, you're bound to find a car that'll put a smile on your face. Carvana gives you control by letting you customize your down and monthly payments. You can browse tens of thousands of cars online to find one within your budget, and you won't get surprised with any bogus fees. Visit Carvana.com or download the app to shop for a vehicle. Carvana will drive you happy. Availability may vary by market.
Football is back, and so is your chance to win with BetRivers Sportsbook app. Featuring our new multi-game same-game parlay, combine the action of multiple same-game parlays in one bet for more action and bigger payouts. Bet the spread, bet the over, bet player props, and more. Throw in daily odds boost plus award-winning customer service, and it's a touchdown. BetRivers Sportsbook app. It's a whole new game.
Presented by Rivers Casino Portsmouth. Must be 21 plus. Available in Virginia only. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-532-3500.
Me and my wife fight a lot, like normal, like normal fighting. It's easy to fight when you're married, I think. Marriage and prison are the two easiest places to start to fight. Everybody's really tense and on edge. No one remembers why they got there. My wife will get mad like when I hang out with my buddies. She's always like, oh, you always have so much fun with your friends. You always laugh with them a lot. You never laugh that much with me. It's like, yeah, I hang out with professional comedians. It's a pretty good time, Like, they make jokes, new jokes every day. She doesn't make jokes ever. She makes a lot of lists. She does do lists, though. Just a ton. She's in charge. She runs everything because she knows everything. Like, I don't know any stuff. Like, I don't know how much money we have. Like, could not even ballpark it. I don't even know where it's at. And I don't even know how to get it if I had to get it. What bank we go to? I don't know. Like, I can't get robbed because, like, if some guy's like, let's go to the ATM, it's like, well, I guess we gotta wait for my wife to get here. She can't leave me because I wouldn't know how to get stuff, Like, she can't even die. If she starts dying, I'll die so much faster than her because I don't know what to do. Like, I don't have to call her mom and be like, hey, did she ever bring up bank stuff to you at all? Did you ever talk about that? Or what did she do for a living? Do you know? Yeah. What was her deal? My job is like, you gotta protect, I guess, the house, I guess. I don't know. If someone comes in, I don't have a gun to protect us. I have a pocket knife. That's what I have next to the bed. Like, that could do nothing. I could hope to aggravate him at best, Like, I'd cut him, he would just rip my shirt, then he would kill both of us. That's best case scenario with the pocket. I don't know how to use this knife in the middle of the day, much less I'm gonna wake up out of a dead sleep and have some kind of knife skill I've never had before. So what we do is we sleep strategically in our bed to, like, prepare for an attack. Like, I'm here, like, she's here. She's, like, closest to the door, but it's, she doesn't even know there's a strategy. So, so the plan is like, the guy's gonna come in, right? And she's gonna lunge at him. She'll lunge. She'll probably be like, oh, I felt like I got pushed. And I'm like, well, you don't know what lunging means. She'll lunge. She'll put up a good fight, all right? At least a good enough fight that I can be practicing with my knife on my side. Just a little, ready for him. That's when...
Of course, our TVs are now filled up with election stuff. I don't know why anyone would ever want to be the president of the United States. I wouldn't want that job in a million years. Can you imagine being awakened every morning like this? Problems. All kinds of problems. But people are seeking it out. People I've never seen before, behind podiums. And the very first thing they say, I'm already confused. I'm forming a presidential exploratory committee. Oh, are you? What the hell is that? Is that committee gonna come back with information that guy wasn't aware of? Okay, here's what we found out. It's a 4-year job. 4 years? Yeah, and you gotta be in charge of everything. Well, I don't wanna do that. It's a good thing you sent us out first. We met Lewis and Clark out on our expedition.
Well, the ultimate Joe Bag story came last fall when Joe decided that he wanted to buy a big screen TV for football season because Joe is an American. And Americans deserve to watch football games where the size of the players on the screen is the actual size of the players on the field. So Joe's all ready to buy this TV, and then Joe remembers that he has a wife. But he also remembers that he has a brother who has no wife and no qualms about making irrational purchases. So Joe's brother, or me, agrees to buy the television under the condition that Joe orders it online, has it delivered to my apartment, gets it installed, and all under my name. You know, and so Joe goes online, he orders it, gets it delivered, and we turn on a football game. And I'd tell you more about the game, but any description of the event without the express written consent of the NFL is strictly prohibited. I will tell you that one of the teams was another word for horsies, and the other was a word for orange Asian tigers. So we're watching horsies v. orange Asian tigers, and we notice these black lines running down the center of the screen, and for a second we think maybe these are an extra set of goalposts. But then we turn the channel and we're like, why would the Iron Chef need goalposts? We realize that the television that has been delivered is broken. And so Joe calls the online vendor, and for their anonymity, we'll call them Glamazon.com. And so Joe calls Glamazon and he's like, you sent us a broken television, not like a working one. And they're like, well, that's the manufacturer's fault. So Joe, you have to call them. So Joe calls the manufacturer. They're like, you have to call Glamazon. Glamazon's like, you have to call the manufacturer. They're like, you have to call Glamazon. And so finally, Glamazon says, we have a policy that we do not accept TVs back that are greater than 27 inches. And that's final. So Joe writes Glamazon an email as me. And he says, every week I write something called my secret public journal that I email to thousands of people and I read to millions of listeners on the radio, and I tell crazy stories about crazy stuff that happens in my life. Do you think this story might qualify? 15 minutes later, Glamazon wrote back saying they would make a one-time exception to their return policy, provided that I didn't mention their company by name. Glamazon.com, consider that promise kept.
Oh, I gotta talk about something important before I wrap up here. It's very important to me. I have to talk about this. I'm just gonna go right into it. Fuck Twilight. I can't, and I don't say that to get applause. I mean, really, like, it has to die. It has to end. And see, it's funny, because half the crowd cheered, and half the crowd looked at me stone-faced, because you're pissed off because you're fangirls who want to marry a vampire. And you know what? I hope it happens for you. I hope it does. I hope you find your vampire, you marry him, and he fucking kills you. I hope that shit happens. I hope he rips your stupid dreamy head off, because you ruined vampires for the rest of us. Vampires used to be awesome, and monsters, and bloodthirsty, and killers, and now they're sparkly teenagers. What the hell happened to vampires? Vampires don't shine more than strippers. That's a damn rule. I'm gonna marry a vampire and he won't hurt me. I'm gonna marry a vampire and he won't hurt me. I'm gonna marry a redneck and he won't beat me. You see how dumb it sounds? He'll hurt everyone else, but he won't hurt me. It's in his nature to hurt other people, but he won't hurt me. He'll hurt everybody else, but he won't hurt me. Yeah, Rihanna said the same thing. How'd that go? Oh, don't you owe me? Owe yourself for having a Chris Brown song on your iPod. That's your fault. How can you listen to him after what he did to Rihanna? But people still listen to his music. And they say, who cares what he did to Rihanna? He's got a good beat. And I said, that's what he did to Rihanna. We hate him for what he did to Rihanna, but we wouldn't have cared if it were Paris Hilton. Look deep down in your soul and tell me you disagree with me. You would not have cared. You wouldn't have bat an eye if that were Paris Hilton. You could be the head of an anti-domestic violence organization, and Chris Brown could have flogged Paris Hilton in a public square, and your only reaction would have been like, Chris, not in public.
When I first saw my son in a coma, I was devastated.
When I woke up, it was 6 days later. So when they told me I was in a coma and I had been in a car accident, I was definitely scared, but I didn't know how far my health insurance was gonna help me. Decker Law Firm made sure that I had everything that I needed to have, and told me I had to worry about nothing, and made sure that I was very well compensated for the pain and suffering that I went through.
The Decker Law Firm.
The United Airlines Rock and Roll Washington, D.C. is returning March 18th with all new monumental courses and iconic views. Sign up now for the half marathon or 5K to secure your spot for next month's event before online registration closes March 12th. Register online at runrockandroll.com/Washington-DC and use discount code Spotify10 for $10 off.
See Virginia's best destinations from the comfort of an Amtrak train with big, cozy seats, free Wi-Fi, and 15% off in-state travel. Book your Virginia adventure at AmtrakVA.com.
Online graduate degrees from the University of Illinois' Geese College of Business are an empowering experience, a global community, extraordinary supportive colleagues, and top faculty. To learn more, go to geesebusiness.illinois.edu/idegrees.
You gotta be wary using your smart mouth around a woman. Woman has mood swings. That's what they do. They get to have these mood swings whenever they come along. That's their thing. They'll be mean to you, and they'll be like, "I'm having mood swings." You know what I mean? And then as a guy, we don't get that. Like if we do anything, they're like, "You're being a dick right now," and you're like, "Your word sounds way better than that one." And mood swings is a lie anyway. That mood swings makes it sound like it's just swinging. And we don't know what mood it's gonna hit. I don't know the last time a woman's had mood swings and it's landed on good. Just, bam, nailed it. I promise you, if your wife calls you and says she's having mood swings, don't expect to walk through the door to find her naked cooking brownies. I'm so happy. I think horny's next. Should I be on some medicine? You're like, no, let's ride it out. Let's ride it out.
So I'm driving down the highway as a guy hitchhiking is holding a sign that says heaven. So I hit him. Probably went there, he looked like a nice guy. I got a new dog, he's a paranoid retriever. He brings back everything because he's not sure what I throw him. Sometimes I like to go into a waiting room and just sit there and wait. The nurse comes out, do you have an appointment? No, just waiting. What are you waiting for? Nothing, just avoiding the moment. Would you like to see the doctor? I don't know. What kind of a doctor is he? He's a foot doctor. I'd like to see a man that tall. A few minutes later, a 12-inch guy walks out into the living room. He says, take off your shoes and socks. I take them off. He looks at me and says, there's nothing wrong with you. I said, take off your shoes and socks. He said, what do you think? I said, I don't know. I've seen bigger feet on a bird. Then he started dancing really fast and whistling really loud. And then I left. What the hell did you think was gonna happen? You people are crazy. When I was in 3rd grade, I had a 70-year-old teacher, and she could barely hear anything, so she would turn the thermostat down to 16 degrees, so in case anyone talked, she could see your breath coming out of your mouth. That was the same year I had a globe that lit up, and I used to use it as a nightlight, put it on the floor in my bedroom, which was pretty cool, except some nights I'd wake up in the middle of the night all freaked out, thinking I was floating in outer space. Then in 1969, a teacher showed us pictures of the Earth taken from the Apollo, and she said, does anyone know what this is? And I said, yes, that's the floor in my bedroom. When I was 7, my parents had a party. I went around to all the guests with a glass of water, and I said, here, drink this. This is a magic glass of water. If you drink this, you all get a little bit taller. And they all drank some, and they thought, oh, isn't this a weird kid? When they all drank some and went back to what they were doing, I went to the room where they keep all the coats, and I hemmed all the sleeves 2 inches. They were all freaking out when they left. I'm a tired man.
That's what, it's, guys, we're not good at marriage. I mean, that's just, it's that easy. Like, we're not prepared for marriage like women are. Y'all are very prepared. Your whole life, every toy y'all played with was built for marriage. Everything's preparing you. Like, when you're a baby, they give you a baby doll. So they give you a baby when you're a baby. You don't even know you're alive yet. And they're just like, look, I'd probably start figuring this out. This is where it's going. And then they give you Barbie and Ken. They are in a relationship. They live in a house together, and that's where you learn how to make drama. You get pretty good at that. Then you actually would play house. You would like fake vacuum with your friends. That was like awesome times. Like now, like when I see my wife vacuum, I'm like, man, she's living her childhood dream. Like she has made it, She's made it. As a guy, we don't have any. Like, we play Fort. You got to keep everybody out of where you are. The only toys we had were Transformers and Ninja Turtles. Those are not even real things. None of them had wives. They weren't married. I never played with, like, my Ninja Turtles, and I had them going to fight Shredder, and then Michelangelo was like, hey, man, can y'all give me, like, 2 seconds? My wife just showed up. I don't know, dude. She looks furious about something, like... And then she's like, what are y'all doing over there? Why is that April skank still hanging out? Like, I don't know, man. Just don't read into this. Like that. She got mad at me because on her last birthday, I bought her an oven for her birthday. So, look, first of all, it's a pretty nice oven. And there was also thought and there was heart behind it because, like, I remember, just like the vacuum, her other favorite toy as a kid was the Easy Bake Oven. Yeah, so to go with her big girl vacuum, I got her a grown-up adult oven. Like, that's not impressive. Like, if she came home and bought me a truck and it turned into a live robot, I would lose my mind. This is the best gift ever. I can't believe that you got me this.
And You grow older, you start having your birthday party games. Pin the tail on the donkey. There's a good safe game for kids. What are adults thinking? Hey, we're having a whole bunch of kids over, big party. We're gonna blindfold one, give him something sharp, spin him around and let him go. Go, Bobby, with the pen, just run amok. And like, poking it around. What are those noises? Those are puncture wounds, Bobby. Stop. We made a horrible error. Kid's running out the door. He missed the donkey and got my neck. He pinned the tail on my neck. Then there was musical chairs. There was a nice little anxiety attack for 7-year-olds. Only one kid can win. All the other kids are walking around going, ah! You know, elbowing their friends. Ah! That's fun. How was the party? It was horrible. I couldn't get a chair and I got a pin in my neck. Please don't make me go back. Please. You said that would be a happy house. Musical chairs. Do you remember the first time you saw the chairs lined up like that for that game? I don't know about you, but I counted the chairs. Hey, there's not enough chairs. There's not enough chairs for us. That's the whole point, Brian. There's never enough in life. You'll always be miserable. Oh, that's not good. There's no cake, there's no ice cream. Happy birthday. That was terrible.
I met Jenny in St. Louis. My friend Andy and I were working for her company. They were performing for a bunch of wrestling coaches, which is really my demographic. I was very nervous about this. I was actually kind of about to go on stage, and I was like scrawling notes on my napkin. A lot of times I'll write kind of manic notes on napkins or hotel stationery, and Jenny looked at me and she goes, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm writing my set list." And then she goes, "I think it'll be fine." And I was like, "No, it won't be fine." And she was like, "I think it'll be okay." And I said, "Why do you think that?" And she said, "Well, you look so nervous. I think they'll feel sorry for you." But Jenny has this really soft, sweet voice, like the kind of voice where you kind of get away with saying anything. At one point, she said, "It seems like you comedians are a lot funnier on stage." Normally, I'd be offended by that, but in this instance, I was like, "You are right. That is a great point. You are beautiful." You know, she really was. From the moment I met Jenny, I knew I wanted to sleep with her at least once. Stay with me. I mean that like in the most meaningful way. Like that was the most that I was capable of in my life at that point. I just come off a really long, difficult breakup with my college sweetheart where we were gonna get married, and then we weren't. And then when we weren't, I was so heartbroken, I just kind of swore off the idea of marriage or even living with someone entirely, you know? But from the moment I met Jenny, I just wanted to be with her, and I didn't think it was gonna happen. Like, I don't have that kind of confidence. I actually think of myself as a sex maybe, which is to say that if I'm seeing a girl, she'd think, "I'd have sex with him, maybe," you know, and I'm not ashamed of that. There were periods in my life where I was a sex never. Or a sex with self, always. And often, surprisingly often. Yeah, I just don't give off a great first impression. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, this is the shirt I decided to wear tonight. Like, I didn't spill mustard on the real shirt, and this is the backup shirt. I mean, this is my A outfit. My B outfit was naked. I like to dress down to perpetuate the myth that I might be a fixer-upper. I've reached this point in my life, I don't really look in the mirror before I leave my apartment. I glance at it to make sure I'm not bleeding. You know what I mean? But I don't stare at the mirror. If I stare at the mirror, I get angry. Like, I feel like I'm complaining about a bad call a ref just made. I'm like, "Come on!" You're blind if you're leaving the house like that! And the ref is God, and the competing teams are my gut and my receding hairline. And it's a close game, because my gut is large, my hairline is fast, and I'm all riled up. I'm about to charge the field, and the guy comes by with fried dough. And I'm like, next jar! Next time I go with the fried dough.
Mobile phone companies say they offer home internet. But if their internet comes from a cell phone network, you should know. It's just phone internet, not home internet. Keep your home up to speed with Cox. Cox internet is faster and has more reliable download speeds than 5G home internet. Cox is the real home internet you're looking for. Based on Cox analysis of Ookla speed test intelligence data Q3 2022 and Cox serviceable areas, visit cox.com/internet for details.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And it's safe to say, getting paid on the spot can make people pretty happy. Yep, Carvana will give you a real offer on your car in minutes. Then, Carvana will pick it up and pay you on the spot. Carvana has purchased over 1 million cars from happy customers. Visit Carvana.com or download the app to get a real offer on your vehicle in minutes. Carvana, will drive you happy.
No one knows your listening habits better than you. With Spotify Premium, you can download and pull up your playlists anywhere. Take advantage of offline listening and let your playlists take over, one song at a time. Get 1 month of Spotify Premium free. Tap the banner to learn more.
You guys are clearly a cocaine crowd. That is surprising in a recession, but I guess in tough times you hold on to what's most important to you. Oh, speaking of drugs, I drove through downtown today. Wow, that is an interesting area. That is there. It changes quickly. Just all of a sudden you're in a click neighborhood, and I don't know if you know what I mean, but I mean you drive through and you go click. You know what I'm talking about? Even if you don't have automatic doors, you've done it. Just going. Maybe you're not related. Maybe you grew up rich. You grew up in a mansion somewhere. You drive through a neighborhood different. You're like, 4-bedroom houses. Click. Like whatever it is for you. So that we may all relate to one another. I'm not really scared of the ghetto, though. I'm not. I'm from a bad neighborhood. I'm not scared by it. No, from Jamaica, Queens. Not a nice place. No, I'm not scared. I'm scared of the trailer park. That's terrifying. How scary is it when a bad neighborhood can move? Just show up on your lawn and explode? That's right, explode, because the trailer's and the meth and the blue. That's what happens. Some of you with me. Some of you being like, that's not funny, man. That's not funny. That's right, because if you do too much meth, you lose your teeth. Which is hilarious, because you need teeth to say the word meth. Haha, God's intervention. But I want more meth. But your life is enough of a myth.
I was in Brooklyn during Hurricane Sandy, and I was fortunate because where I was, we didn't lose power, and we were fine. There was no real damage where I was. But friends from out of state would call me up, and they'd be like, hey, how you doing? And I was just sitting on my couch playing Xbox, drinking cocoa, just like, I'm maintaining. Send money. And it was crazy because I was fine, but I remember seeing Lower Manhattan was just pitch black, just darkness. And I went into Lower Manhattan. It was scary. People were walking around with flashlights, and it was terrifying. And I remember thinking it reminded me of that last Batman movie where Bane blew up the bridges to cut off access in and out of Gotham City. But I felt like I lived the town one over. So I could see it all. It was like, oh, that's terrible. Oh, I hope Batman stops Bane. But you know what? If he doesn't, I'm not gonna miss that commute. Like, were the restaurants in Gotham City really that great? I could get sushi anywhere. That movie plays a lot differently when you just view Bane as an overzealous bridge and tunnel guy. Just trying to keep people from overdeveloping his neighborhood.
My grandfather had a special rocking chair built that would lean forward rather than backwards so he could fake interest in any conversation. When I was little on Christmas, he gave me a box of broken glass. Gave my brother a box of Band-Aids. Then he said, now you two share. One time he said, Stephen, how old are you? I said, I'm 5. He said, when I was your age, I was 6. Then he cackled madly and threw a spoon against the window. He was an odd man. He once carved a turkey out of a chicken. His will was an IOU. He told me sometimes when you lose, you really win, like if you were playing musical electric chairs. One time I told him a dream I had, and I said, what do you think that means? And he said, it means you were sleeping. I remember when he died, I was a little boy, and I went to the wake with my aunt, and I was kneeling down at the casket, and I was looking at him inside the casket, and I started thinking about my flashlight. I started thinking about the batteries inside my flashlight. And then I said to my aunt, maybe he's not dead, maybe he's just in the wrong way. So I got off the plane and I forgot to undo my seatbelt, and I'm pulling the plane through the turbine. And the wings are knocking people over. And I said, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't notice. Then I almost broke both my arms trying to hold open a revolving door for someone. Then I tried to hang myself with bungee cord. I kept almost dying. I have a paper cut from writing my suicide note. It's a start.
I have to watch what I eat. My cholesterol is about, I think it's 5,218. Something like that. I don't eat well. I like buying donuts. I feel bad for the donut ladies because people can't make up their mind in these places. You'd think the donut ladies would just snap and start shooting people. Out! Everybody out! Go on. I don't know what it is about buying donuts, but people freak out. They go in there, okay. Looking around, all right, I need a dozen donuts. Oh, you have a lot of donuts. Okay, I'm gonna start with 4 chocolate. I want 2 twisty goos. I want a lemon twitter. I want a raspberry puff. I want a honey curl and no, 2 chocolate. No, one. Put it back. I want a Bavarian apple crunch. Get the ladder. Hey. Why don't you go out inside and think it over, huh? It's a big decision. Can't blow donut day. But the donut ladies have learned how to get back at you. They do the subtraction for you in front of the other customers, make you look like an idiot. You go in there, yeah, I'd like a dozen donuts. I'll start with 7 chocolate. You have 5 left. Oh. Okay, if I order 1 more, then how many would I have left? How many would I have then, donut lady? That's what I need to know, and now! I know how many I got. They have some weird donuts. There are some donuts that I don't understand who thought of them. There's one donut. Have you ever seen this? I've seen it in more than one donut place. It's a donut with frosting all over the top, and there are sprinkles on it, but the sprinkles are just over on one end of the donut. For the life of me, I don't know who's looking for that in a donut. Somebody have that particular of a taste, that's what they're looking for? You know, they walk into a donut place, cling, cling, cling. Cling, cling, cling. Okay. I want a donut, and I want frosting all over the top. And I want sprinkles, but not all over. I just want them scrunched over on the edge. You got anything like that? We sure do, freshly baked. We saw you pulling in. It's called our Sprink Smidge for lunatics like you.
Please put your hands together for Mr. Mike Birbiglia, everybody.
Oh, you didn't have to. How are ya? Nice to see ya. John got my last name right. It's Birbiglia. Everyone gets it wrong. When telemarketers call, they'll be like, "Good afternoon, may I speak with Mr.?" Oh, man. Gabigaboo. So I just have to spell it on the phone like it's B as in boy, I-R-B again, I-G-L-I-A. I wish my last name were just Boy. I'd be like, it's B as in boy, and then the rest of the word boy. I'm Italian. My family's not real Italian. We're like Olive Garden Italian. Sometimes people come up to me, they'll be like, in Italy it's pronounced Birbiglia. I'm like, in America, you're annoying. It's a hard name to have growing up. The kids would call me names like Birbigglebug and Birbibliography and Faggot. I was an altar boy when I was a kid, and the answer is no, I wasn't. And I think it's because they knew I was a talker. And also, I was so bad at it, I think they thought, well, if he's just bad at lighting candles. Very ambitious as a child. I wanted to be a comedian or a rapper or the owner of a pizza restaurant where third graders could hang out. Those are my goals. And it surprises people that I want to be a comedian because I'm just very awkward in my life. I have a habit of making awkward situations even more awkward. Like, I was moving a new bed into my apartment recently, and this woman who lived in the building opened the front door for me with her key, and she goes, "I'm not worried because a rapist wouldn't have a bed like that." Now, what I should have said was nothing. What I did say was, "You'd be surprised." And there's nothing you can say after that. You're just like, whatever. See you around the building, you know, that kind of thing. It's hard not to end up in awkward conversations because every topic is off limits. Like, you can't talk about movies anymore. Like, I was talking to this girl, and I was like, I hated that movie. And then she was like, that movie was the reason I stopped cutting myself. And then I had to pull it back. I'm like, it was pretty good. I liked the ending when she didn't cut herself. I thought that was redemptive.
Cox Internet is faster and has more reliable download speeds than 5G home internet. It's the real home internet you're looking for. Based on Cox analysis of Ookla speed test intelligence data, Q3 2022, and Cox serviceable areas. Learn more at cox.com/internet.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And with the widest selection of used cars under $20,000, you're bound to find a car that will put a smile on your face. Carvana gives you control by letting you customize your down and monthly payments. You can browse tens of thousands of cars online to find one within your budget, and you won't be surprised with any bonus fees. Visit Carvana.com or download the app to shop for a vehicle. Carvana will drive you happy. Availability may here. Bye-bye.
When Shopify says you can sell anywhere, they mean it. Hold up, just got a new sale. Whoa, Shopify doesn't mind if you're at sea level. Or on top of the world!
Whether you're selling carrot feeders or drop tops, start selling with Shopify today and join the platform simplifying commerce for millions of businesses worldwide. This is Possibility powered by Shopify. Sign up for a free trial at shopify.com/Spotify. Shopify.com/Spotify.
I love doing comedy. There was a time I was gonna quit. I was gonna quit early on. I tried, then there was no one to quit to. No one. Here's why I do it. I think why. My dad is an entertainer as well. He's a magician. Still is a magician. Started as a clown. Just, you know, I don't want to come off like I come from some rich magic family. And I'm better than you guys. You know, he paid his dues, his clown dues. It's weird when your dad's a clown. It's weird every day. I never trusted clowns, you know? Like, have you ever been yelled at by a clown? I have. Do you know how confusing that is to get screamed at by a guy who's got a smile painted on his face? You're like, is this not the same clown those kids are going to see outside? He was a clown till I was about 12 and 13. And that's about as long as you want your dad to be a clown. When you're 6 and 7, there's perks. Absolutely. By the time you get 12 and 13, kids at school are like, is he still doing that? You're like, you know, off and on. All right, guys. Yeah, he's almost full-time magic. So... it's funny too when I tell people that my dad was a clown. There are people just like, oh, I hate clowns. It's like, hey, remember that time I just said my dad was a clown? I just said that. You're just like, I hate your father.
I have dated women of all shapes and sizes, skinny to rhombus, and from infinity down to negative infinity. That's when she's not even there. That happens a lot. You guys know the best part about dating somebody overweight is if it's long distance, the distance is slightly less long, and gravity pulls you even closer. So you've got math and science working for you. I dated a girl who was too skinny once. Wait, don't do this. She was like 90 pounds soaking wet, which I know because I weighed her after I drowned her. And that's a joke. I did not weigh her, everybody. I did not. Because that's disrespectful. Even posthumously, she took that secret to her watery grave. The point is, I know how to treat a lady like a queen. You chop her head off. That's what you do if you're King Henry VIII. And the woman doesn't specify which queen she'd like to be treated like. But I learned about women, I think, from my college roommate. He was great with them. He always put a sock on the door, told me no when he was having sex with a girl. So I would always put a condom on the door, let him know when I'm jerking off into a sock. Usually the one he left on the door. What else am I gonna do, you know what I mean? Just put some googly eyes on it, it's like a person. So...
people react to that sometimes like I am actually performing a role when they're witnessing, which is amazing to me. All we're doing is all that's happening. And people freak out. Even though we're told our entire lives alcohol is effective. Well, we're kids. What do we do? It breaks my bones. But words will never hurt. Exactly. And I disagree a little. I think words can hurt you if they're intended.
Fucking stinks! I've been stoned too many times!
The kid was teased and he snapped. Don't let words affect you. Okay, fine. He said, don't you talk back to your mother? I said, don't let words affect you. Negative intent. That's why you should not be offended by anything that I have to say tonight, because I'm not trying to offend. I'm not trying to. you get offended by a joke, you're not thinking clearly. You're doing it wrong. They're not intended to offend you. You perceive them incorrectly. I'm trying to make you laugh. It's positive intent. You get offended by a joke. It's an accident. You know, you step on someone else's foot, they get all puffed up. You know, like, you want to bite? No. I want you to have a smile. I want you to fight someone else as dumb as you. Maybe one of you will die, make the world a better place. So I don't understand that you can't curse on TV and you can't curse on TV. Even when I was on Ferguson and I had a curse on my set and I couldn't do it because they wouldn't have aired the set. I was like, well, why would we air the set? Curse, why not? We went to 7 months. So, yeah, 7 months. That's my fucking fault right there, clearly. Yeah. Parents couldn't have stopped me because they had died. That's the only possible explanation. His parents were dead, he was watching me in the orphanage. That's an explanation, right? But then he would still go to sleep early. He's got sneakers to make him fall. Anyway. Oh, don't owe me. No idea what else I'm about to say. It's an hour-long show. Buckle the fuck up. Shit's getting worse. Back in the car to the driveway right now. We ain't hit the highway yet.
Look over down to the tax capital. What is it? Cocky? Everyone goes there for karaoke. It's fine, because, you know, we're down the beach. Little beach. We're down the beach. So there's you always get the one who whistles when you talk so much. Once in a while you go a few places.
Put down t-shirt to 91. From going to 57, go put no that way. Do it down. Oh, look at that pretty girl. Woo, woo. All right, keep going.
You know, it's really funny. Do you ever see him sing, like, American songs that they do karaoke? It's the funniest thing. You ever see, like, an Indian guy singing, like, Riders on the Storm?
Riders on the Storm. Ripapatatan. Manakonanan. No, let go. Abanananan. Witanamananan. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could beat the tree.
I like watching fishing on TV. You ever? That'll make you worry about yourself. You ever watch fishing on TV for like 15 minutes and just go, I'm watching fishing. Not even fishing, I'm watching fishing. Too lazy to fish. I'm taping fishing. To watch again later. Come on over, I got a fishing tape. No, a new one. And at the end of the fishing show, they roll credits. There are like 90 people involved with the two guys fishing. What are they all doing? And one of the credits is film editor, this poor guy. He's got to watch all the footage that's not exciting enough to make it into that final show. It's got to be hell. He's got to sit there all day just going, and I saw this credit at the end of the fishing show. I'm not making this up. Writer. I swear, there's a writer for the fishing show. writing. Ooh, she's a beauty. Typing it out. Guy's got to worry about his lines. Finally catches a fish. You have a line. Oh, it's a fish, and it's a beauty. He's a beauty fish. Fish is beauty. He's a fish and a beauty fish. He's a fish and beauty fish. All right, Cod. You okay, man? You need some water? Are you all right? I couldn't do it.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And it's safe to say, getting paid on the spot will make people pretty happy. Yep, Carvana will give you a real offer on your car in minutes. Then, Carvana will pick it up and pay you on the spot. Carvana has purchased over 1 million cars from happy customers. Visit Carvana.com and download the app to get a real offer on your vehicle. Carvana, will drive you happy.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number?
Not me.
Oh no, he's been stolen.
LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year at LifeLock.com/Spotify. Identity theft protection starts here.
Winter weather is here at your Toyota dealer. So check out a sporty Camry, available with all-wheel drive. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
She wants me to get in shape. That's like, I'm in bad shape. I always tell people I'm always like, I gotta get back in shape, man. I've never been in shape. Ever. Like that's, people are like, if I could get back to my 20s, like I would have to be like, if I get back to 7, I guess, maybe. Like, I think I did okay at 7. When I choose workouts that I can't do. I don't do anything I won't follow. Like I won't just be like, hey, let's not eat McDonald's every day, mate. I'll be like, what are the Navy SEALs doing? I should just do what they do. Like I should find out. I see all the workout TV commercials. Like I saw P90X. I was like, oh, I'll do that. It's 90 days. Let's just get it over with. Like I can do that where I can't do that where you have to be in He-Man shape to do that workout. I realized I couldn't do it because like when I saw the commercial, they always show like a before body then an after body. Like once they showed the before body, I was like, oh, I would kill to look like that guy. That guy looks unbelievable. Does the before body guy have a DVD? Like how did he get to that? I've signed up for classes. I signed up for a kickboxing class. I liked it. I loved it. It was at a Jewish community center. Like they're really good at kickboxing. They just don't brag about it like everybody else. No, it was me and 2 70-year-old women. That's all that was in the class, just us. We would just kick our hearts away for 10 minutes or so, and then we would just gossip. And that was my speed. I could handle that. I signed up for a mixed martial arts class. I went one day. I don't know how to fight. I didn't want to fight. I just go in there. I'm 33. I just want to do some kind of formal training. The first day I go in, they just pair me up with some 16-year-old kid that wants to fight for a living and wasn't raised by human parents. And they're like, why don't y'all just go at it? And you're like, oh, I don't know, man. I think it's because we have different goals. Maybe that's why we should not go at it. I think he's trying to learn how to hunt for his food barehanded. And I just want you not be able to see my nipples through my shirt. So we should do levels. Have y'all thought of levels at all? Has anybody thought of levels?
Guys, have you seen the Kool-Aid Man? He has a round bottom and a front bottom, a round front bottom. He knows if you've had Kool-Aid. Kicks walls down, busts through walls, fences. You can't just have Kool-Aid. Oh, I know where my train of thought was. I just saw it right there. This guy was like, oh. Oh, get on with it. No. Kool-Aid Man with his round bottom. You can't just be hanging out having Kool-Aid. This guy is coming at you. What, is he dangerous? Is he violent? What is happening? It's weird enough for the person who's having the Kool-Aid.
very well compensated for the pain and suffering that I'm through. Dr. Law Firm.
See Virginia's best destinations from the comfort of an Amtrak train with big, cozy seats, free Wi-Fi, and 15% off in-state travel. Book your Virginia adventure at AmtrakVA.com.
The right image can set you on the right track. The right job can set you up for the future. At Bon Secours, higher compensation, well-being resources, and debt-free education are a few improvements directly impacting our employees. We're hiring entry-level and experienced imaging techs to join our growing team. Imagine yourself here.
Online graduate degrees from the University of Illinois Geese College of Business are an empowering experience, a global community, extraordinary supportive colleagues, and top faculty. To learn more, go to geesebusiness.illinois.edu/idegrees.
Why would a dog bark at 3 o'clock in the morning in your neighborhood? What is that all about? I'm not talking about when there's two dogs doing, whatever they do. Sometimes you got two going at it, Hey! Do you remember when we were chasing that cat? Yeah. And you got him mixed up with a stick. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about that. That was fun. Yeah. I'm not talking about that. That's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm talking about when there's one dog, doing a monologue like at 3 o'clock in the morning. What are they doing? I think they just go out on the porch at that hour and just go, hey, it's nice and quiet. Why don't I bark it up for no reason whatsoever? And then right when you think they're done, the hell's the matter with you? I'm a dog. Barking. How do you argue with them? Wouldn't it be weird if people were like that for no reason? Like if some guy went out on his porch at 3 in the morning, nobody knows him. It's like new to the neighborhood, just goes out there, hey! 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 Hey, you all right, man? Hey! 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 Well, hey, that's it for me. Thank you all very much, folks.
I was at an Office Depot, and I was in line, and the two dudes behind me were abortion protesters. Now, I know that because they brought it up in line at an Office Depot, like it was a normal piece of conversation. I'm standing there, minding my own, not saying a word, no eye contact, nothing, and they just go, "We're late to our abortion protest." I'm like, I'm buying a printer. We have 2 very different days planned. I looked in their basket. I wanted to see what they were buying. I've never been to an abortion protest. I didn't know what goes into it, So I looked in their basket, and they had Sharpies, which made sense for the signs, and a poster board, which made sense for the signs, and glitter, which did not make sense for the signs. I don't care what side of the coin you're on. You don't take a picture of a dead fetus and give it jazz hands. That's not a good idea. These guys were jerks. Not because I disagree with their politics. You can disagree with someone. It doesn't make them a bad person. It just means you disagree. They were jerks because they were mean to me. The line was taking too long. but I wasn't taking too long. I wasn't at the front of the line. I couldn't possibly be taking too long. There are people in front of me. They're taking too long. But these guys are jawing my ear off like I can do something about it. We're late to our abortion protest. Yeah, I'm going to be late to a meeting. We're late to our abortion protest. Yeah, we're all going to be late to something. We're late to our abortion protest. After 5 minutes of this, finally I turned to them and I said, I bet if you guys supported abortion, this line could have been shorter. Look to the left of you. Look to the right of you. Glad you hung with me, Louisville, because I told that story in Hays, Kansas. I'd have had better luck performing an actual abortion on stage. Just taking a volunteer from the crowd. Does anyone have any pregnant women? Now who's got a flight of stairs? You know, something like that. Oh, come on, I'm not a doctor.
There was a lot of Kmart's here in New York. I lived here for 8 years, and I loved New York. I loved the driving. That's what's like. See, I think we should all learn how to drive in Manhattan, and because it's great. Everybody honks at everybody, just screaming, yelling. That's how it should be. Growing up in the South, no one honks.
it.